Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Rivers, are you ready? Okay. Let's get on the record in State versus Williams. Good morning, everyone. It is Tuesday, about 9:15 in the morning. I think we are waiting on a couple more jurors. A little light will go on when we have all 14 of our jurors. We can bring them out here, see if there are any housekeeping matters to take care of. Are you all here on behalf of Mr. Hardesty? You all are entitled to be here. I don't know which one of you, if it was all of you, were wearing t-shirts that had a certain message, but I think you can understand why. I hope you can understand why. When these jurors are out here, they need to be receiving the evidence and not any outside influences, in the same way that it wouldn't be appropriate for folks here on behalf of Mr. Williams wearing shirts that say "Free Marquez." They'd have to step outside and change those. Shirts that in any way indicate that there are people in the gallery pulling in one direction or the other has to stop. So I'm sorry if that frustrates you. You are welcome to be here for the entire trial as long as you are sitting there quietly and not doing anything that would distract the jury or make the jury think you've got a particular perspective on what witnesses are saying, anything like that. Mr. Abate, do you have anything we need to cover? I got your jury charges, thank you, and I've forwarded them to Ms. Niles. Do you have anything we need to cover before the jurors come out?
No, Your Honor, just for, I guess, housekeeping purposes, there is one witness, Brian Leopard, who is the who is the ballistics expert. He is not available until tomorrow. So obviously, I don't think we would get to him today, but in abundance of caution, I want to let the court know if for some reason we finish all the witnesses but Mr. Leopard, we'd have to end at that point and pick up with Mr. Leopard tomorrow. That's okay with the court.
Would that be a sign that we had made a whole lot more progress than you thought we'd make in terms of the speed with which we go through witnesses?
Yes.
Okay.
Final witness.
Oh, okay. We'll work through that. We'll be starting court tomorrow at 1 because of drug court. So just let Mr. Leopard know he doesn't need to dash up here for 9 a.m. He's welcome in here, but he'll just be watching drug court. Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. Do you have an exhibit list?
Oh, yes.
Great.
You want it printed or emailed?
Unless you brought a printer, if you email it, I'll print one for me and Ms. Rivers and Ms. Feely. Still -3?
One.
Who's the one?
Let's see. I just made this
13? Oh, okay. And have we had contact with them?
It's coming up.
Okay.
Yeah. So the call there.
Thank you.
Introduce. They're basically saying that You're asking.
Ms. Feely, anything we need to talk about procedurally or administratively?
No.
Okay, will you or Ms. Rios be given an opening right after the states, or are you gonna reserve?
I'm gonna do it
Mom
right
and
after.
someone else
Okay.
is on three-way. And you'll
Did you get
tell him I need him to come.
the toxicology report and a designation of which of the jail calls is particularly interesting to the state?
I got the call, not the
And then you
toxicology
told
for
him
yet.
to say
Okay.
no.
I'll get that
That's
to her
the
right
call
now.
was.
All right.
Remember that call?
Can't come to court.
No, we're not saying that, but that's what the call says. If you ask him to be an alibi, and for him to only say that you come there to buy drugs and not to answer any other questions, that's what the call says.
That what really happened?
Yeah, I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it hurts you that bad. But that's what they're trying to introduce. I think they're going to try to say that you're lying because you're asking him to come. I think they're going to try to allude or whatever that you are asking him to come lie for.
You're here. All right. Can you email that?
They're printing it right
Oh,
now.
they're printing it. Great. That'll work. Then we'll have that passed around. All right, then my plan is to bring the jurors in. Anything else, Mr. Bate, before we do that?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No.
Okay, let's bring them in, please.
Very tight and short. We just want them to keep an open mind and not be influenced unnecessarily. But we're going to keep it pretty tight. We don't want to show our cards at all yet.
Thank you. What was the guy nearby? I need to get that one guy.
I would just bust into Coleman City.
Oh, guess he was right there.
All right, sir. Judge President of County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're all back together again. I feel like it was just a few hours ago. Some of you were sitting right there or maybe out on those benches. Thank you for being more or less on time. We cannot begin any of the trial work without all 14 of you here. So I know for some of you, it was a long commute. I appreciate you doing your best to be on time. We are ready to move forward with the trial. I have to give you some preliminary instructions, a little bit about the law, mostly logistical, and administer another oath to make you officially jurors. Yesterday, you were made officially potential jurors, and then we'll begin these proceedings. So again, thank you for being on time. You were just in the jury room. That is your home away from home. That is your space. The snacks in there, the water in there, that's all for you. If something runs low, let Deputy Gordon know or any of my staff members or me, and we will do our best to replenish it. We'll never run out of water. We can always get you more of that. But if you've got a hankering for the cinnamon apple Nutri-Grain, we may not have that exact flavor, but we can get more snacks in there. The coffee maker is for you to use. You're welcome to bring your own little K-cuppy things if you don't like the great value Walmart K-cup things that we can afford, but you should bring whatever you want. The fridge is for your use as well, should you want to bring in or need to bring in your own food. Just know this, you cannot get glass into the building. If you show up with a glass container or any, can I get a spoon in? You probably get a spoon in, but a fork or a knife, even if it's just like a butter knife, it's not getting past security. They're going to want to know why you're trying to do that. So if you are bringing your own stuff in, Tupperware, plastic, all that kind of stuff. We will break at least 3 times a day, maybe not tomorrow, a little bit more on tomorrow in a minute. We will have a morning break, which will be 10, 15 minutes. There'll always be a lunch break. It will not be as long. Who was in group 3 yesterday? It won't be as long as that. It'll be about an hour, maybe a little less, maybe a little more, but literally, 60, maybe 55 minutes for lunch. That won't necessarily be at high noon. It will depend how the evidence is flowing. If we're in the middle of a witness and the lawyers can credibly convince us that they'll be done with that witness at 12:15, then we'll have lunch at 12:15. And there'll always be an afternoon break. The exception to that rule is, or the corollary to that is, we will break anytime one of you needs a break. You need to be focused on what's going on. And if the passage of time is making it hard for you to focus, it's just been too long, you need to use the restroom, you need some water, whatever it is, let me know, let Deputy Gordon know, and we'll pause. There is not a rewind button for the trial. You will not get a transcript of witness testimony. There won't be a recording that you can play back in the jury room of what people said. You will get all the exhibits that are admitted. So if there's a picture that goes up on the screen and you were taking some notes and maybe didn't focus on the picture enough, all that will go back with the jury. But you won't, during your deliberations, be able to, you can ask for it. Hey, could we have the transcript of witness X? But my answer will be no, that you need to rely on your collective recollection as to what that witness said. Thank you. This is the exhibit list, so the list of the exhibits that you will get back with you during deliberations. I'm going to administer the jury oath and then get more into some instructions I need to give you, but I don't want to forget the jury oath because that's what makes the start of the trial official. So if you would all please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try the issue that is formed by the indictment between the state of Georgia and Marquez Williams, who is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, criminal damage to property, and a firearms offense, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? All right, thank you. One thing about seating, I don't think we got anyone on the jury who needs to be in a particular seat, but if you are someone who needs to stretch your legs or stand, or you're someone who, when it's time, you got to get out of the courtroom, make sure that you grab one of the end seats so that can happen. Other than that, I can't quite order you to do it, but I strongly encourage you to not always sit in the same seat. You literally get a different perspective on the trial depending on where you're sitting. The witnesses are going to be right there. And so those four jurors they're going to be able to see how that witness is responding. If he or she starts sweating when the questioning gets tough or whatnot. The exhibits will be displayed on these two screens. You may want to look at the lawyers or Mr. Williams or who knows what, and you see things differently depending on where you're sitting. So I like it and you'll like it. If I see people mixing it up, don't always sit in that far corner unless that's, look, Judge, that's my deal. That's where I got to sit. So it's not an order. It's just a strong encouragement that get a different perspective when you come back out after the next break. Unless, and talk it over with your group, you're someone who needs to be on the end because you need to stretch your back, or when we have to take a break, I got to go right away. And we'll certainly accommodate that. You all have notepads. You are all free to use those notepads. You don't have to. There is no test at the end of this trial, but you will be deliberating. You will be deciding whether the state met its burden in this case. And you do that through your collective discussion and recollection of what the evidence was in this case. Some people find that it's helpful to jot things down as the evidence is being presented. You should feel free to do that. Do not try to write down every word that comes out of a witness's mouth for two reasons. One, you can't do it. You're not good enough. There's one person in court who can, but you are not she. But number two, if you lose yourself in note taking, you're going to miss important aspects of the trial. You may have a witness who starts to respond physically in a way, but you're just listening to the words, trying to write everything down, and you're going to miss the transformation of that witness when you get to a certain topic area. And why was this witness, who was very open and candid, suddenly appears physically very guarded in his or her answers? And that may tell you something about how you're processing that witness's testimony. You will miss it entirely if you're buried in your notepad. Feel free to take notes. Those notes need to stay private until you begin your deliberations. So don't, when you're done with this morning session, say, hey, did you write down this? Because that's what I wrote down. In fact, you're going to hear me say ad nauseum that you are not to begin your deliberations, as in discuss the case, share your feelings about the case, good case for the state, bad case for the state, unbelievable witness, believable witness. None of those discussions happen until every witness has testified. The lawyers have given their closing arguments, and I've given you the law. It's kind of hard to know if the state has met its burden if you don't know what they have to prove. And purposefully, criminal trials are structured where I don't tell you till the very end, these are the elements of murder. These are the elements of aggravated assault, so that you're not spending, okay, check, those are proved. I'm done. That third witness convinced me everything's been proven. The third witness is just part of the story. The fourth witness may come in and completely undercut what witness 3 said. And so I will be instructing you, not just requesting, but instructing you not to engage in deliberations until all that's been completed. And so that's why you don't share your notes until deliberations. Your notes will be private in the end. You can share them amongst your group, but when the trial is over, they are not preserved as part of the record. So if you're writing down, Nick Burney is such a windbag, that's not going to make it into the record. The notes are literally shredded when the trial is over. Some of you may have notepads. You're like, hey, there's some pages missing already. That was a different juror's notepad from a different trial. We tear out the pages that have things written on them. And because we're a local government, we keep using the same pad until there are no pages left in it. So that's the deal with notes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Williams is charged in this indictment, which I've held up in front of you several times. Oops, I'm confident I can get my hands on it. Is in this indictment with several crimes, that is, violations of the law of the state of Georgia. I'm going to read to you right now the specific allegations in the 6 counts in the indictment. You're free to take notes. This document will go out with you during your deliberation. So there's a little bit of legalese in the way the state charges murder and felony murder. So don't panic if you're trying to write down what's written in here. This is part of what you will have to read and pore over during your deliberations. And a reminder, I'm going to repeat it right after I read this. These are merely allegations. They are proof of nothing. It's how the state brings charges against someone. It is alleged in count 1 of this indictment that Marquez Williams, here in Fulton County, on December 22, 2022, did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Tyrone Hardesty, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. That's the allegation of murder. Count 2 alleges felony murder. And the allegation is that Mr. Williams, here in Fulton County, on December 22, 2022, did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being aggravated assault, which I'll tell you about in a minute, that Mr. Williams did during the commission of a felony cause the death of Tyrone Hardesty, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count 3 charges Mr. Williams with a second count of felony murder. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on that same day, December 22, 2022, Mr. Williams did unlawfully during the commission of a different felony, criminal damage to property in the first degree, caused the death of Mr. Hardesty by shooting him with a firearm. Count 4 charges Mr. Williams with aggravated assault. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on that same day, December 22, 2022, did unlawfully commit an assault upon Tyrone Hardesty by shooting him with a firearm, that firearm being a deadly weapon. Count 5 charges Mr. Williams with criminal damage to property in the first degree. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County on December 22, 2022, Mr. Williams did unlawfully, knowingly, and without authority interfere with a model 2006 Ford Explorer sport utility vehicle, the property of Tyrone Hardesty, in a manner so as to endanger human life by shooting it, the car, with a firearm. And finally, count 6 charges Mr. Williams with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on December 22, 2022, Mr. Williams did unlawfully have on or within arm's reach of his person a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against and involving the person of another: murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, and criminal damage to property in the first degree. Those are the allegations. You can see how they're a little interwoven because one references the other. The lawyers and I will be explaining how some of that works at the end of the trial. You may hear some in the opening statements. And I'll be giving you the elements, the things that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt for each of those counts at the end of the trial. But I want to reemphasize, these allegations are proof of nothing. To these charges, Mr. Williams has entered a plea of not guilty and signed the indictment. His lawyer signed the indictment. One of the prosecutors signed the indictment. That creates the issue that you all have been impaneled to decide. You'll be hearing the evidence and deciding, has the state proven beyond a reasonable doubt that one or more of these offenses occurred? Mr. Williams sits before you with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and it remains with him unless and until the state proves one or more of these offenses beyond a reasonable doubt. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless each element of that crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And this burden of proof stays with the state throughout the trial. There will not be a point where I hit a buzzer and say, all right, the state has proven enough. Ms. Feely, it's your turn. What are you going to show us? There is no burden on Mr. Williams. I expect that Ms. Feely and Ms. Rios are going to be engaging with you all, but as I mentioned yesterday to the larger group of 51 potential jurors, they don't have an obligation to do that. They're very effective advocates, and part of advocacy can involve questioning witnesses and interacting with you. But keep in mind that Mr. Williams has no burden of proof at all. This doesn't mean this burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the state has to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. It means instead a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague or arbitrary doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason, and that reason needs to arise from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflict in the evidence. If at the end of the trial, after you've given careful consideration to all the evidence you've received, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind as to the defendant's guilt, you'd be authorized to convict. In just a few moments, I will stop talking to you all, and we'll start with what are called opening statements. This is an opportunity for lawyers on both sides to give you a preview or a forecast of what they think the evidence will show or what it won't show. It's not evidence. It is like watching the weather report. We think it's going to rain. You're going to decide later on if it did rain. But it can be very detailed. You're going to hear from John Smith, who's going to tell you X and Y and Z, and then Jane Doe, who's going to tell you A and B and C. That's perfectly appropriate. But just keep in mind, if you're taking notes, that that's a forecast. You need to hear from John Smith, and then you'll decide what John Smith's actual testimony is. When the lawyers are done with their openings, the state will call its first witness. When that witness answers the first question, you will have received your first bit of evidence. The lawyers' questions are not evidence. There will be questions that these lawyers ask that sound like they're dripping with evidence. Isn't it true that the gun had this and that? And if the person says no, then the only evidence you have is that that witness says, no, the gun wasn't bright green, whatever the question was. The evidence you receive is coming in two forms: witness testimony and then the physical exhibits, papers, pictures, documents. If there was an article of clothing collected, that's the evidence you'll get. At some point, I will ask Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao to call the next witness, and the state will say, we rest. That means they have presented to you all the evidence they have in their case in chief. I will turn to Ms. Feely and Ms. Rios. Actually, we'll take a break. There are a bunch of legal things we need to do after the state rests. But when we've cleared all that, brought you back out, I'll ask Ms. Feely or Ms. Rios if they'd call their first witness. And the defendant has the same ability as the state to call witnesses, to subpoena witnesses, get them on the stand and share with you evidence. They have no burden to do so. And so it may well be that Ms. Feely says, Judge, the defense rests, and they present nothing. That's entirely consistent with the defendant having no burden. But it's important that you understand they have the absolute right and the ability to get witnesses in here to testify if they think that's what is most beneficial to presenting the defense in this case. When both sides have rested, the lawyers get back in front of you again to give summations or closing arguments. This is when the lawyers are arguing to you and attempting to persuade you to decide the case in one direction or the other. The prosecutor will say, there is no reasonable doubt. Here are the 10 reasons why you should find Mr. Williams guilty of this count. And they're going to rely on the evidence that they think you heard and marshal that to say, here's why you should find Mr. Williams guilty. And Ms. Feely or Ms. Rios will do the opposite. They're going to point to holes in the evidence, conflicts in the evidence, existence of reasonable doubt, and urge you to find Mr. Williams not guilty. This advocacy is perfectly appropriate, but keep in mind what it is. It's advocacy. You decide what the evidence is. A lawyer may get very passionate that the evidence showed that it was dark out. But if you believe that all the evidence, the photographs, et cetera, show that it was not dark, it was bright, you decide that, not the lawyer. So you should feel free to be persuaded, especially when lawyers are marrying up evidence from different sources and the law. But know that in the end, you are the ultimate arbiters of what the facts are in this case. When the closing arguments are done, I will give you more specific legal charges as to each of those counts, more about the state's burden, and some other important legal concepts that you must apply. Those instructions will be in writing, and you will get a copy of them during your deliberations. Now, during trial, the lawyers have a right to object. I'm sure you've seen this on TV. A lawyer jumps up, objection, that's outrageous, or whatever the objection is. I need to rule on those objections. Nothing I say in ruling on the objection should be taken by you as any leaning on my part in one direction of this case or the other. I'm simply resolving the dispute that was raised by the objection. I will sustain it, in which case, whatever the lawyer who just got objected to was doing has to stop, and that lawyer has to do something different. Or I'll overrule it, sustained, overruled. If I overrule it, it means that wasn't a valid objection or it was the wrong objection, and the lawyer who was asking the witness questions can keep going in the very direction she was. There may be times when the lawyers stand and say, Judge, I have a motion. That is, for your purposes, another break. A motion is an argument that the lawyer needs to make that is more involved and requires the lawyer to talk about some things that you ought not to hear until I rule on it. They may think that a witness has just said something that is particularly problematic, but they don't want to draw that to your attention or explain in front of you all why it's problematic if I'm going to overrule it, because they don't want to emphasize that. There aren't many motions usually during a trial, but if there are motions, generally I need to excuse you. Sometimes, because I can tell what it's going to be, I'll ask the lawyer if I can preserve that motion so it's been timely made, but let's talk about it during the lunch break so that we're maximizing your time here in court. Much like the objections, I need to rule on the motions. Nothing I say in my ruling on a motion, if I make that ruling in front of you all, should be deemed as anything other than my ruling on the motion. It's not about this is a good witness or a bad witness or the state's doing well or the defense is doing well. You all have a role in this case as well. You are the fact finders. You are deciding what happened, if anything happened, on December 22, 2022. And while I'm going to give you the law that you must apply, you decide what the state has proven or failed to prove. In doing this, you will necessarily be determining the credibility or believability of the witnesses who will be appearing in front of you. As you think about credibility, you're free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case, as well as the manner in which the witness testifies. That's your physical perception of how the witness is testifying, and that witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of the case. You all may have questions from time to time based on what the lawyers are saying or what the witnesses are answering. And you will have a way to propound those questions to each witness in this case. You'll see that there are four stacks of note cards on that little shelf in front of some of the jurors. You should all keep some of those note cards. And if during a witness's testimony, she says something that confuses you, or there's an exchange between the lawyer and the witness, and you want to take that a little further, you have a follow-on question, write it down on the card. You don't need to put your name on it. They're anonymous questions, but write down on one side of the card only the questions you have for that witness. And when that witness has been examined by both sides, Deputy Gordon will collect from you all any questions you have. I'll meet with the lawyers right outside the courtroom because they have a chance to object. Your questions can be objectionable, just like lawyers can. And once the lawyers and I have gone through to make sure they're legally appropriate questions, they're all good questions, but they may not be legally appropriate. I might have to exclude them. Once we figure out which are the legally appropriate questions, I will ask the witness your questions. The reason for doing this is twofold. One, you're the fact finders, and so you're entitled to get as much information as you need to decide this case. Number two, fact finders who don't get the information they need in this day and age tend to go to this place called Google and look it up. That is a problem. You may not conduct outside research. If it comes to light that one or more of you went online like, hey, they kept using this strange term, or they didn't show us pictures of the apartment complex, so I did Google Maps and this is what the apartment complex looks like. If that comes to light, we probably have to do this trial all over again. And because I've told you now, and I will tell you every single time you take a break, I will likely sanction the one or more of you who did the outside research. But it's not fair to say, if you're really curious about something, you can't scratch that itch. That's what those note cards are for. So if you've got a question, write it down. If it's a legally appropriate question, it will get answered. Oftentimes, you guys have great questions that the lawyers hadn't thought of, and so they get a chance to follow up when I'm done asking the witness the questions that you all had. Keep in mind, questions are not evidence. And so if you write down a question that you think is the best one ever and it doesn't get asked, don't start wondering, what does that mean? That's suspicious. My question didn't get asked. All it means is that was a legally inappropriate question. It's probably why the lawyers didn't ask it either. They probably want the same information to come out, but they know that rule of evidence X or Y means you don't get to ask that question. That's not how criminal trials work. I mentioned this at the beginning when we were talking about where you all were sitting and taking breaks, but it's real important that you pay close attention as this case is unfolding. If at any time you can't hear because a witness isn't using the microphone all the way, or you can't see something that's on the screen, or because I can't see those screens, if they go blank or something happens, technology is a little spotty in courtroom 8D, raise your hand, do something, let me know so we can catch it right then. I mentioned there's no rewind and there's not a rewind, but if a witness gives an answer and you can't hear it, I'll have the witness repeat that answer then and there. If you tell me 10 minutes later, hey, she said something 10 minutes ago, we don't go back to that. But if there's an on the spot, I can't hear it, or it's time for a break, Judge. I know you said we were going to have a morning break, but this has been overwhelming, or whatever the deal is, let us know so we can stop. It's important that you view the evidence in this case with an open mind and resist the temptation to start making up your mind about what this case is about, what the state has proven or failed to prove, until you've received all the evidence. As I mentioned, you don't even know specifically what the state needs to prove until I give you those elements of each of the crimes. And as I mentioned, you must decide this case based only on the evidence that's presented here in court, with the lawyers able to object, to rebut, to respond. That's why there's that prohibition on the outside evidence. One, if you Google something, it's the internet. It may be wrong, believe it or not. But two, the other side wouldn't have a chance to say, okay, that's interesting, but let me give you more information about that. That's part of the story. You could look up the word sanction. Sanction can mean to prohibit. Sanction could also mean to authorize. We need to know which version of the word sanction was the person using when they said it. But if you look it up, you're left confused. When you leave here today, you need to maintain something of an information bubble. I don't believe there will be any media coverage of this case, but in the off chance you're driving home and listen to the radio and someone says, hey, in Fulton County Court today, State versus Marquez Williams, change the station. You don't get that kind of outside information because it's usually not all that spot on. But number two, when you get home or when you're interacting with others, just tell people, hey, I'm in a trial right now. Don't even tell them it's a criminal trial. You're going to have well-meaning friends who are going to say, let me tell you how this works. I was in a trial 2 months ago, and when the prosecutor does this, man, it's a game. He's trying to slide something past you. Or the defense attorney, if she's doing that. And that may have been true in that case. It may have been false in that case, but that's not this case. So you're going to need to be very boring with the people in your household or your coworkers who are saying, when are you coming back? The answer is soon, just going to be here for this week. But until the trial is over, you need to not be getting info from people on the outside who think they know how to help you be a juror. You're perfect jurors. You're going to do fine. You are the one selected for this case, and we don't need you shaped or molded by your friend who thinks she's a professional juror and knows what these lawyers are up to or what that judge is all about. When the trial is over, you can talk to anyone and everyone about any aspect of it. It's not confidential, as in you are forever sworn to silence. But during these few days that you're serving as jurors, you need to do your best to have influences come only from inside the courtroom while we are all present. That's it. Thank you for listening to my introductory comments. And I'm going to turn to Mr. Abate to see if he is ready for his opening.
Yes, Judge.
Is the top monitor not on? I don't think it's broken. I think it's just not on. Are we already letting you down?
It's either you or me. Good morning. Thank you for the time you spent yesterday with us. I know it was a long day talking about all the, we call it voir dire questions, getting to know each and every one of you, making sure that you were the right jurors to hear this case this week. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to hear, that Tyrone Hardesty on December 22nd of 2022 was shot 5 times in the back. And what you're going to hear is that this was an ambush, and there's no justification for what occurred that night, just 3 days short of Christmas. When Mr. Hardesty was ambushed as he was getting some things out of the back of his car, shot 5 times. Once in the back of the head, once in the back, twice in the butt, and in the back of his arm. Surprise. Just trying to get stuff out of his car, you just gotten home. That's what the evidence is going to show. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, what you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, is that what you are going to experience with us over the next couple of days is that technology, it's a little slow. So it works sometimes, it doesn't work all the time. But what the evidence is going to show is that on December 22nd of 2022, at 2423 Martin Luther King Drive, which is the Peaks at MLK apartment complex, is where Tyrone Hardesty lived with his significant other, Ms. Robyn Cook. And that they had been out during the day. You're going to hear from Ms. Cook. She'll testify here. The witness stand, you're going to observe her credibility, her emotions. She tells you what she heard and what she remembered from the last time, the last days, just days before celebrating Christmas with Mr. Hardesty, in the last moments that she spent with him before he was murdered. And she'll tell you that they, around 6 o'clock, met up at a local Dollar General where they dropped her vehicle off at her grandmother's house and they went to do some Christmas shopping. They went to the Dollar General, got a few things. They went to the local Walmart off of MLK, bought some presents. And Ms. Cook will tell you she needed to go home. They're very close by, she can use the restroom. And they were gonna wrap some presents and unload them, the presents from their vehicle. And that's exactly what they did. They got home from the Walmart around 8:45, went up to their apartment, which is on the 2nd floor. And what you see behind the writing, this is building 1 which is the very first building as you come in through the apartment complex at the peaks of MLK. What Ms. Cook will tell you is that because they weren't going to stay long, Mr. Hardesty parked his 2006 blue Ford Explorer kind of on the sidewalk or the right next to the sidewalk of the building so they could unload the presents and take them upstairs. And they did just that. Nothing unusual about that night. They were getting ready for Christmas and to enjoy it and celebrate with their families like everybody else. They did begin to wrap presents. Ms. Cook will tell you she wrapped a few, and Mr. Hardesty wrapped a few, and then he told her that he had to go get something out of his vehicle. And she'll tell you that he was involved with the entertainment industry or the music industry, and he had some flyers in the back of his car that they had just printed. And he wanted to get them so he could put them in the presents that he was wrapping. And so what Ms. Cook will tell you is that after they had finished wrapping some presents, Mr. Hardesty exited their second floor apartment, walked down the stairs. Both, she would tell you, that there's nothing unusual about what he was about to do. She'll tell you that a minute later, she hears a bunch of gunshots. She'll tell you she heard shot after shot after shot, and she grabbed a gun that they had in their apartment, and she rushed to the door and immediately screamed Tyrone's name. And she screamed it again, but she heard nothing. What she did hear, though, is above her on the third floor, some running. And she will tell you that if you come out of their apartment door, if you go to the right, that takes you to the back entrance of the apartment building where Tyrone parked his vehicle on the side of the sidewalk area leading up to the apartment. But she heard running in the opposite direction to the left of her door. And she heard that, and her instincts told her to immediately run the same way. So she ran towards the other set of stairs that would lead out another door of the apartment building and then out the apartment complex. And she'll tell you when she got to the stairs, she got very scared. She got spooked because she saw someone in all black, a black male, coming down the stairs. And she'll tell you her instincts immediately told her to turn around and run back. And that's what she did. She ran back towards her apartment and down the stairs to where she found Tyrone. And she'll tell you that as she got to the bottom of the stairs, she saw Tyrone leaned into the back rear passenger door, slumped over, shot 5 times in the back, lifeless. She'll tell you she didn't know what to do. She was scared. She was hysterical. She didn't want to touch him because of how she found him. And she'll tell you she immediately called 911. And you'll hear from several officers with the Atlanta Police Department, and you'll hear about that phone call. And you'll hear that Ms. Cook called 911 at 9:06 p.m. right after the shooting. And you'll hear on that recorded phone call with 911. She's hysterical. She doesn't understand. She will tell you, and you will hear that they were just wrapping presents. How did this happen? She's in shock. The evidence will show that after this 911 call was made, the Atlanta Police Department immediately responded. You'll hear from a first responding officer who will tell you about how the scene was secured once they arrived minutes after the 911 call. What they will tell you and talk about is the state of being, the state of Ms. Cook's emotions, how emotional she was, how hysterical she was, just finding her loved one, who she had just been wrapping presents, getting ready to celebrate Christmas, dead in his car, not knowing why, how this happened. What you'll learn is that because Mr. Hardesty was dead on scene, the Atlanta Police Department homicide detectives called and arrived. And what you will learn is that there's a rotation for all of the homicide detectives. And when you're first out on the rotation, you're assigned the case. And in this instance, Detective Randall McClure was first out. He was number 1 on the rotation, and the case was assigned to him. He, along with some of his assisting APD homicide detectives, arrived on scene, and they began to work the scene with the first responders, getting the information that they had received as they first responded. In conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department homicide detectives arriving, also crime scene techs arrived. And they, along with Detective McClure, process the scene, kind of canvass the scene for any evidence, any witnesses. And what Detective McClure and several of the crime scene techs, crime scene tech Parker and crime scene tech Chavez will tell you is that as they process the scene, they found shell casings in the immediate area of where Tyrone Hardesty's vehicle was found, like in the sidewalk area, just adjacent to where the car was parked. And they began to try to locate ring video surveillance that evening, which they were unsuccessful in getting in contact with some of the residents because of the hour of night, as well as the detectives will say it's not uncommon for them to knock on the doors and no one answered because they're the police. Now, what Detective McClure then began to do is canvass the surrounding area, the apartment complex, for other video surveillance cameras. And he was successful in locating several video surveillance cameras on the property, the MLKP apartment complex. And he will tell you that he was able to capture or get video surveillance from the front entrance of Building 1, where Miss Robyn met the man all dressed in black on the stairs, and she retreated back where her apartment was and to where Tyrone was. The man in black, the video surveillance will show, came down the stairs and out the gate that led to the front entrance of Building 1, and then down the entryway and exitway of the physical apartment complex to H.E. Holmes Drive and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, that intersection. And so, because Detective McClure was able to find this video surveillance, and what's important about that video surveillance is the timestamp. The male dressed in all black, who Detective McClure was able to determine was the defendant, leaves that entrance of Building 1 at 9:06, the exact same time that Robyn Cook called 911. Now, Detective McClure continues to canvass the surrounding area for any type of video surveillance from businesses, from other apartment complex. You'll learn that the Atlanta Police Department has video surveillance cameras around the city, and he was able to locate video surveillance from what they call the APD FUSIS video surveillance system. And what he's able to find is he can find the same person that is seen leaving the MLK Pete's apartment in the area or crossing the street of H.E. Holmes and MLK Jr. Drive. And then he continues to look for video surveillance, and he finds some video surveillance from the Holmes Plaza right there at the intersection of MLK Jr. Drive and H.E. Holmes, where the defendant is seen going behind an alleyway, which is behind a business called the Milk and Beauty Store, and towards the MLK Food Mart. You can see the defendant from behind the alley towards the MLK Food Mart and go west on MLK Jr. Drive towards the Columbia Commons apartment complex, which is right down the street. And so Detective McClure doesn't stop there. He continues to look for video surveillance, and he finds more. He finds more video surveillance, and this is of the intersection of the APD FUSIS camera of where H.E. Holmes and Martin Luther King, the intersection, and this is the plaza where the defendant is seen walking behind the alley, and across the street. And what he is able to get or find that when he requests some video surveillance from the Columbia Commons apartment complex is the same male, dressed in all black, just like the same male who left the MLK Peaks apartment complex, enter into the Columbia Commons entryway, into the complex, through the complex, and literally the video camera surveillance footage shows the male dressed in all black, the defendant, walk into apartment 4104. Apartment 4104. So with that information and seeing the male in all black go into apartment 4104, Detective McClure then makes a request with the leasing office for the lease information, the lease holder of apartment 4104. And when he does that, and this is a picture, same male, all black, going into apartment 4104. Gets leasing information, he receives this. And it shows Paula Lewis, Sedarius Williams, Marquez Williams, Isaiah Williams, Jeremiah Mellis, who lived in that apartment. Now, Detective McClure takes that information that he received from the leasing information, and he continues to canvass for additional video surveillance. And he goes back to the MLK Food Mart, which is right there also, on the corner of MLK, Junior Drive, and HE Home. That little intersection is kind of home for, that's what we'll call it, this investigation, because it is the center between the MLK Peaks apartment and the Columbia Commons apartment, where the defendant leaves and comes back to. And when he goes back to the MLK Food Mart, he's able to get footage from, additional footage from outside the food mart, the business, as well as inside. And what he is able to find is that the man dressed in all black, the defendant, around 8:30, shortly before the shooting, comes into the food mart. He actually purchases a water. You can see him on the video surveillance in the same clothes and outfit, purchasing that water and then leaving the food mart and walking towards the MLK Peaks apartment. Now, he takes screenshots from that video surveillance footage, and you're going to hear from the store clerk, Mr. Sengupta. And Mr. Sengupta is going to tell you about the number of years he's worked at this food mart on MLK, and how he has become familiar with the regulars of the people who come and go from the convenience store often. And what he's going to tell you is the man in all black is someone he has seen come and go from the food mart for a number of years, and that he recognizes him, and that he can actually say he lives in the Columbia Commons, that he comes here all the time, but he doesn't know his birth name or the name that was given to him by his parents. He just knows his face, his stature, and things of that nature. So what Detective McClure does is, based on his information, his description, he shows him a photo of the defendant, the driver's license photo of the defendant, Marquez Williams. And Mr. Sengupta is able to positively identify the person in all black is the defendant, Marquez Williams. The person that is seen leaving at 9:06 after Mr. Hardesty is shot 5 times for that, and then walking through HE Homes and the MLK Junior Drive intersection to his apartment in Columbia Commons at 4104. Now, Detective McClure, as the investigation continues, we're into January 3rd, continues to request video surveillance, continues to search for it, canvass it. He goes back because he knows he had seen Ring video surveillance doorbells throughout the 3rd floor. And he's able to go back to the 3rd floor, speak to several of the residents, one of them being Miss Veoncia Smith, who lived at apartment 1317, which is on the far end, which is the back end closest to where Mr. Hardesty is parked, on the third floor. And in speaking with her, she begins to explain to him that on December 22nd, that evening, she heard shooting right outside her apartment, right outside her third floor apartment, and points the detectives to shell casings that were found on the balcony. And they remain there, and they're collected for testing to be compared with the ballistics evidence that was found on the floor or the sidewalk of building 1, right adjacent to or next to Mr. Hart's vehicle. And what Detective McClure will also tell you is that the resident in apartment 1316, just down the hall, had some ring video surveillance of the same male dressed in all black, the defendant, running across the breezeway with a handgun and dropping the same water bottle you can be seen buying at the MLK Food Mart. Based on all of that, Detective McClure will tell you, he then swore out, went to a magistrate court judge, warrant for the defendant Marquez Williams' arrest for murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and criminal damage to property in the first degree. The defendant is then arrested several days later, on January 11th of 2023. Now, as a part of the investigation and a part of the evidence you're going to hear about in this case, you're going to hear about some of the science. You're going to hear from Dr. Karen Sullivan, who is the chief medical examiner here in Fulton County. And she's going to tell you that it was determined that Mr. Hardesty, cause of death was a gunshot wound to his head and his torso. And they were all from the back. All of the shots were from the back. They're in an ambush. Mr. Hardesty, as he was just trying to get some items from his vehicle. I'm going to tell you that the manner of death that was determined was homicide. And then you're going to hear from a firearms examiner, a firearms expert. His name is Brian Weber. What he's going to tell you is he received the ballistics evidence from autopsies of the projectiles that were removed from the body of Mr. Hardesty, as well as all of the shell casings, the ones that were found near the vehicle on the sidewalk, and the ones that were found on the third floor balcony. And what he's going to tell you is that upon testing that evidence, he's going to be able to tell you that all of the ballistics evidence came from the same firearm, one firearm. Now, what he's not going to be able to tell you is that it came from the firearm that the defendant had, because the defendant fled the scene. That's what the evidence is going to show. And because he fled the scene on December 22nd of 2022, that firearm was never located. Get rid of it. Now, during the trial in this case, I want you to remember some important things. That the victims, the witnesses, they're not on trial. The person on trial is the defendant, Marquez Williams. And I tell you that because there will be times that the witnesses and the victims, Ms. Cook, will have to use a transcript or report to help refresh their recollection of what they remember. And that's important because we want you, ladies and gentlemen, to receive the best evidence of what they remembered and what they did back when this murder occurred. What the evidence is going to show is that there's no excuse, there's absolutely no justification for the defendant's actions. The 5 shots in the back to Tyrone Hardesty, that he had no regard for human life, and he was only concerned with escaping responsibility for his actions on December 22nd of 2022. And like the judge told you, you're not going to be able to go back into the deliberation room with the transcript. Madam Court Reporter is great at her job and takes everything down, no matter what we say, whether it makes sense or not. But she takes it down, but it's not readily available during the time that y'all are deliberating. So your transcript, ladies and gentlemen, is your notes. It's important for you to pay careful attention and to take notes as the testimony and the evidence unfolds during the courtroom. Take notes on the what you see and how you see the witnesses interacting with the questions and how they're able to answer the questions and their demeanor. All of that is very, very important to pay attention to and take notes about. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the evidence is going to show that this defendant made conscious decisions on December 22nd of 2022 that ended the life of Tyrone Hartsey just 3 days before Christmas with 5 shots to the back. 5 shots to the back. The evidence will be clear about all of that. It'll be clear that the defendant ambushed Mr. Hartsey when he shot him 5 times in the back. Now, there's a word to describe shooting somebody 5 times in the back here in the state of Georgia, and that's murder. That's murder. Nothing more, nothing less. After the evidence is presented, at the close of all of the evidence, I'll have an opportunity to stand before you again. And at that time, I will ask and have the privilege of asking you to find the defendant guilty on all counts, because the evidence will have shown the truth of what happened on December 22nd of 2022. And that only truth is that the defendant is guilty of each and every count in the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abate. Ms. Feely, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
So I'm low tech, I'm just gonna talk to you. This was not a murder. This was a tragic shooting day. But this was not a murder. There was no malice. There was no one happy about the outcome. But this was not a murder. The state and I agree, please pay attention as the evidence comes out in these trials. But pay attention to the events that led up to this incident. It is your job to evaluate the credibility of the witnesses in this case. Who said what to whom and why? And what they tell you here today during this trial. You're going to hear about the flaws in the investigation. This is a murder case. You're going to hear about the lack of investigation here that's led to Mr. Williams being where he is. And you're also going to notice that many of the state's witnesses didn't actually witness anything relevant to what you're here to determine, or maybe it's tangentially related. And listen to them for sure, take it all in. But do not lose focus on what really happened on December 22nd of 2022. Now, I may not even have questions for some of the witnesses, and that's not because I'm trying to not do my job, just they don't have anything that relates to what you're here to decide. There's going to be a medical examiner, as you heard Dr. Chavez. She's wonderful. But we're not contesting that Mr. Hartsey died of gunshot wounds. So when you're seeing picture after picture, please remember, we aren't contesting that. We are disputing that the circumstances under which those wounds took place were murder, because they were not. You heard about 5 shots. There was a 6th shot in front. And you're going to hear from Dr. Sullivan that she's going to be able to testify to what she can testify to about the wounds, but she can't testify to anything about movement of the body, what was going on, whether the person was armed, or anything like that. And it's already started, but as you can already tell, this is going to be a difficult and emotional trial. And it's normal to feel those emotions. But you cannot get wrapped up in that. And you took an oath to do it. You can't use your justifiable sympathy for what happened here to jump to conclusions that are not supported by evidence that's presented. We ask, just like the state, that you listen and you watch carefully and with an open mind, because there is a lot more going on here. At the end of this trial, you will see what the evidence was and what it was not. This was not murder. This was not felony murder. This was not aggravated assault. This wasn't criminal damage to property. This was not a murder. And we will ask that you return a verdict that reflects that and finds Marquez Williams not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. Mr. Bate, if you call your first witness, please. Or Mr. Rao.
State calls Officer Suarez.
You swear to affirm that the testimony you will give will teach the whole truth, nothing but the truth, God. You know, you have to see. Can you say this lady name for the record?
I'm Officer Gabriel Escadero, GABRIEL from Atlanta Police Department, Zone 1.
Thank you for being here.
Good morning, officer. Would you mind, as if it's not already apparent, telling where the jury's, where you're currently employed?
I'm employed with the city of Atlanta. Like I said, Zone 1.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
About 2.5 years now.
Okay. And what is, can you explain to the jury what you do in Zone 1?
We patrolling, answering 911.
And so on patrol, what are sort of the things that you respond to on patrol?
I mean, it varies. It goes all the way from auto accidents up to shootings, robberies, larcenies, all kinds of stuff like that.
And as a patrol officer, when you respond to a scene where there's a shooting and a deceased individual, what are sort of the job responsibilities that you would have as one of the first responding officers?
Well, when we get to those scenes, it really varies from case to case. Majority of the time, we go straight to the victim. We get whatever, if the suspect might still be on scene or close by, we get a description of them. If it's not, we render aid to whoever is shot. Wait for Grady, fire, whoever's going to come to assist. And then after that, secure the scene and start the processing, either call the detectives if they need to come out, or the crime scene people so they can take pictures, recover whatever.
And so when you say securing the scene, what all does that entail?
So, I don't know, let's say they got shot in an intersection.
Mm-hmm.
We would either locate shell casings, if it was a shooting, shell casings, the weapon that was used during the whole thing, tape off the scene, make sure that nobody goes through the scene or anything like that, so contaminate or anything like that. And like I said, just wait until they can collect all the, if it's a gun, take pictures of the blood where the person was laying, or, and if it's a vehicle involved, take pictures of everything that was in that scene that might be involved with the whole incident.
Gotcha. So I'd like to draw your attention to December 22nd, 2022. Did you respond to 2423 MLK Jr. Drive at approximately 9:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And is that incident location within the jurisdiction of Fulton County?
Yes.
And what is that incident location?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay. Would it be the Peaks at MLK?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason you responded to that scene at that time of night?
We got a call saying that somebody was shot.
And to your knowledge, how many officers responded with you?
I don't know, a few, more than 3, but I can't remember exactly how many.
Were you amongst the first group of officers that responded to the scene?
Yes.
Were you
And,
patrolling alone or did you have someone with you so that if you showed up, that meant that 2 people showed up?
No, I was on myself.
and so I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked for identification purposes. This states exhibits 2 and 4. Had a chance to show you these outside.
Yeah.
Do you recognize states exhibits 2 and 4?
Yeah.
How do you recognize states exhibit 2 and 4?
I was on the other side of the scene. I mean, once we first got there, we were doing a walk around of the whole thing before we put the tape up and all that stuff.
Before you get into all that, just insofar as those specific pictures, are those pictures of the crime scene that you responded to at the location I previously mentioned?
Yeah.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene that you responded to?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time states exhibit states 2 and 4 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, do you have all the pictures? So when they're talking about 2 or 4 or 9, you know which ones they're referring to, or do they need to show you on their way up?
He showed me on the way up.
Great. Any objection to states 2 and 4?
No, yeah.
They're both admitted.
And so while they're being pulled up, you indicated that you responded to the scene. So with respect to states exhibit 2, when you responded to the scene, did you attempt to secure the scene?
Yes. So we responded to the scene. We saw that the male inside of the car was obviously not alive anymore. We were looking to see if anybody saw anything. Like I said, it's an apartment complex, so people are already looking outside. So we're asking people what's going on and if they saw anything. I believe we talked to like the building manager. Some lady came outside. She said that she had contact with the people that you know, like the management at the apartment complex. And then we did a walk around, and then they sent me to secure the scene. So I just, started taping on the other side where the patrol car behind it. There was another line of tape, taping that whole thing on.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4. So in relation to State's Exhibit 4, where were you primarily focused?
I was on in front of the car, like on the right. If you're looking at the picture on the right, there was another, because there's a Y right there. So we taped off that whole thing so nobody could come in.
And during the time that you responded to the scene, was this primarily the area that you stayed in insofar as your response in securing the scene?
Yes.
Did you observe any items of evidence outside of the vehicle that you took note of?
Honestly, I can't recall right now.
Would that be the job duty of the crime scene tech that responded to on the scene?
I mean, yeah, especially in this kind of scenes where it's like somebody that's deceased, usually if we do find something, is there, like, we just leave it.
Yeah.
Unless it's something that we know that might be dangerous to leave on the ground, like a loaded gun or something like that is just out. We usually just leave it for a crime scene to come in process.
And did you find anything such as a loaded gun on scene?
Not on this scene, but I have before. So that's,
Okay.
But not in connection with this investigation.
no, not on this one. I didn't.
So with respect to your time at the scene, when you first responded to the location, and once you left the location, did anyone outside of law enforcement or the medical examiner's office break entry into the specific area that was taped off?
No, I mean, we always have people that are, especially if it's a loved one, They're always trying to come into the scene and try to, see them or do something, but no, not that I remember. Nobody came into the scene. I had to talk to a couple people that they were trying to see what was going on and if it was the person that they thought it was, but nobody came in.
Thank you, Officer Suarez. I appreciate your time.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Officer Escudero?
Yes, Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You mentioned that it would not be in your purview necessarily to collect the evidence at the scene, right?
Yeah.
Because there's crime scene technicians to do that,
Yeah.
right? And so when you said that you did not find a gun on this scene, that doesn't mean that other people through their investigation might not have found a gun on this scene, right?
Yes. So because I'm not the only, like I said, like once we get to the scene and let's say our sergeant gets on scene, they start assigning where you need to go in order to keep the scene safe. So we all got spread out. Some people go, if there's an apartment that we need to go into or something that we need to canvass for, it gets assigned to one of the officers and they do that. In my case, I was just holding the crime scene, making sure that nobody went in.
And that was the extent of your involvement, right? Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Any questions from the jurors? Yes, Deputy Gordon? Thank you, sir. These are okay. I'm gonna go ahead and ask them, so you know. Officer Escudero, did the apartment complex have a gate that you had to be admitted through to get to the area that we saw in states 2 and 4?
Yes, but it's been broken since I got to Southern, so it never works. It's just open.
Okay, so at the time
Yeah,
in
there is a
December, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is the gate, but it wasn't working at that time.
Okay, so in December of 2022, you or I could drive right onto the property?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it raining that night?
Not that I remember.
Okay. This just in. Did you interact in any way with the body that was in the open door of the SUV? Did you go up and check pulse or do anything like that?
I didn't.
That's all I'm wondering is whether you did. Okay, you don't have anything to do with the condition in which that body was shown in the photo?
No.
Okay. All right. Do you have any follow-up based on those questions, Mr. Rao?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next witness.
State call Miss Robyn Cook.
Should we maybe take the morning break? Robyn Cook will be a longer witness based on your opening. You all want to take your morning break? You've been out here for a little bit. Let's do that. Two things. One, as promised, no outside research. When you get back in there, don't look on your phone for anything. This is the way you ask your questions if you've got questions. And don't talk about the case. You've heard precious little about it. So don't start your deliberations yet. We'll get you back in here. The morning and afternoon breaks are usually about 10 minutes. You're the boss when it comes to that. If I send Deputy Gordon in to corral you all and you're just not ready yet, tell them we want more time. There's a long hallway right outside that you walk down. You're free to fan out down that hallway. If you want to see sunlight, you can go down to the end or over where the elevators are. If you are outside the jury room, just make sure you're quiet. A couple other judges down there, and they'll come yell at me if my jurors are making a racket for them. So sort of library voices down the hallway. In the jury room, it's your space. All right? Thank you.
All right, sir.
Mr. Abate, anything from, or Mr. Rao from the state before we break?
There you are.
Ms. Feely, on behalf of Mr. Williams?
There you are.
Okay, Mr. Abate and Mr. Rao, if you could engage with the victim witness advocate as well. Family members of Mr. Hardesty are welcome to be here the entire time, been pretty quiet. There are gonna be some witnesses that are more difficult to listen to. Hey, I need you all to not focus on him, focus on me for a minute. There are gonna be some witnesses that are gonna be real difficult for you all to listen to. And I need you to be thinking through that because it doesn't work well for someone to bust out of the courtroom in tears in the middle of the testimony. Ms. Feely's already alluded to it, and that gets the jurors worried and what's going on. So, for example, if you know that hearing Ms. Cook is gonna be hard to process, I'm gonna ask you to be outside for that. Obviously, when the autopsy happens, you're gonna need to think long and hard about whether you wanna be in here to see all the photographs of Mr. Hardesty sitting on the table as the medical examiner investigates the fatal injuries he sustained. So I'm not ordering anyone out of the courtroom, but if there's too much getting up in the middle of witnesses because it's difficult, we're gonna need to structure it a different way. All right, thank you.
Oh. I didn't remember that.
Can we bring Williams up? Yeah, please.
And Judge, you'll notice that it ends, it states 150 on your exhibit list. There will be more. I will update it. I just added 151.
Okay.
Just so you know, but it'll be complete.
Okay, it's all good. Yours is, Mr. Hiles tended to lump them together, so it would be 1 through 99 crime scene pics. Yours is, got more definition to it, but it's all good. Thank you for it. Huh? To them? Oh, they've seen it. They saw the little, have you seen it? It's got this nice little, oh, you gotta go look. There should be, unless someone grabbed two, you should be on. Yeah, but yes, they've been identified. They're not for passing out, they're for selecting because they're two types. So at lunch, you should score one.
The state didn't mention your interview to the police. Play it for the jury. That changes things for the better.
Oh, you guys are waiting on me. I don't know. Hey, when are we gonna get started? Are you ready, Ms. Rivers? Great. Let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. Mr. Abate, you ready for the jurors to come back in?
Yes, I have one quick question, just for the timing purposes. I know today is voting day, so I was wondering if the court was gonna, I guess, inquire if anybody needed to vote, just so I could plan on witness. You know, if I need to be here or not. I just wanted to ask the court.
No, it's a good question. Polls are open till 8 and we're going till 5-ish. So I don't feel like we've got an issue there. Ms. Feely, anything on behalf of Mr. Williams?
No.
Let's bring the jurors in, please. You got Ms. Cook right in the doorway. Let's get her. Thanks.
All right, for the jurors.
Mr. Rao, can you grab that pencil right there? Thanks.
All drills present in town court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You did a pretty good job of mixing it up. Other than Run DMC, only move one chair over. Otherwise, it's all good. We remain in the early part of the state's presentation, and I believe Ms. Cook is the next witness. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge.
All right.
So let's see, can you raise your right hand? We swear affirm that testimony you will give the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you out. Can you state this better name for the record?
Robyn Cook.
Ms. Cook, good morning. There you go. Great. Good morning. I just want to make sure you speak into the microphone. You are soft-spoken, which is fine, but we're going to need to make sure everyone can hear you, okay?
Okay.
And if you need a break at any point, let me know.
Good morning, Ms. Cook.
Good morning.
Can you please turn and introduce yourself to the jury, telling them how old you are and what you do for a living?
Yes, my name is Robyn Cook. I'm 37 years old. I work for a company called One Digital. I do IT operations. I'm fulfillment specialist.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 3 years now.
Okay. And did you work there back in December of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you tell the jurors, where did you live back in December of 2022?
I lived at the Peaks on Martin Luther King.
Okay. And how long at that time had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. And who did you live there with?
My fiance, Tyrone.
Okay. And how long had you and Tyrone been dating or together?
Little over 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember, can you tell the jurors, in the Peaks apartment complex, which building, if you can recall, did you live in?
100.
Okay. And do you remember what floor you lived on?
The second floor.
Okay, your apartment complex, or excuse me, your apartment number on the second floor?
It's 11. I don't remember. 11. I'm not sure.
All right, I'm gonna show you some photographs. I'm gonna approach you with State's Exhibit 1, 2, 57, 59, 151. If you'll just look through those and let me know if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
This is a picture of Tyrone.
Okay. And is that photograph or a picture a fair and accurate depiction of how Mr. Tyrone looked back in December of 2022?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 59 and 151. Can you tell the jurors how you recognize those?
Yes, this is the front of my apartment complex. This is the entrance and where the rent office is.
Okay.
To the building.
And the State's Exhibits 59 and 151 fairly and accurately depict how Building 1 and the front of the MLK Peaks apartment complex looked back in December of 2022.
Yes.
This time, the state attender with the Marquez State's Exhibits 159 and 151. I said 2, but 2 has previously been omitted through the past witness.
Ms. Feely, any objection to those 3 exhibits?
No, Your Honor.
159 and 151 are all admitted.
Now, Ms. Cook, in States Exhibit 1, said this was Tyrone. How did you and Tyrone, when did y'all meet?
We met,
There's some tissues right there.
we met in June of 2019.
And when did you guys move into the Peaks apartment complex?
I think it was in 2019. A couple of months after I met him, a few months of me meeting him.
You please press the button that says stay muted. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Cook, on the screen is States Exhibit 59. And I want to have you, can you walk the jury through kind of where in the complex we are as it relates to building 1 and where you lived on the 2nd floor?
This is the front of the apartment complex, and if you go into this front gate here, you can go up to the 2nd floor where our floor was, to our door 1219, this front here.
Well, now you can go on the screen where you were talking about, so the jurors can see it on States Exhibit 59 with you.
Right here, if you go inside of that front door, you can go up to the 2nd floor, and our apartment was on the 2nd floor.
Okay. And would this be considered the front of building 1?
This is the front of the building, the front of where the rent office is.
Okay. And is the rent office if we're looking at the photograph, to the left here?
To the left.
All the windows and the doors are.
Correct.
Okay. And if you keep going left from the leasing office, does that take you out to H.E. Holmes Drive and Martin Luther King Drive?
It does.
Okay. And as you enter in the apartment complex, can you tell the jurors, is there a gate into the actual apartment complex that you have to drive through?
Yes, there is.
And was that gate locked always, or was it open?
It was broken,
Okay.
but
So-
sometimes it's locked, but it had been broken for some time.
Okay. And because it was broken, were people able to come and kind of go as they please?
Yes.
Through those gates? Okay.
Yes.
Now, in States Exhibit 59, where you circled that black gate that leads into, where does it lead?
The gate that I circled,
Yes.
it leads to our doors to our apartments.
Okay, and that, I guess the floor that the gate is located, is that the 1st floor?
Yes.
Okay, and when you enter into that gate, can you kind of describe to the jurors what you see and where you can go from entering?
Yes, when
that
you
gate?
enter that gate to the left, there is a door to the actual rent office. There's a washer and dryer facility at that lower level. Once you go through that gate, you walk straight ahead. Going through the gate, there's tenant doors. If you go up on the 2nd floor, there's other doors. It was a 3-story apartment, so the 3rd floor as well.
Okay. So this sounds like a silly question, but when you go through that gate and then you see above where you have circled in the middle of the States 59, where the gate is, above it you see archways with kind of bathroom type situations.
Yes.
If you were to go through that door, do you see stairs that would take you up from floor 1 to floor 2 to floor 3?
Yes.
Okay. And in those buildings, specifically building 1, is this the only set of stairs that would lead you to the apartments inside of the breezeways on all 3 floors?
No, there's other set of stairs in the parking lot, in the parking area,
Okay.
which is on the other end of that.
Building?
Yes.
So let me ask you this question. So if you were to go through that gate in States Exhibit 59 and just walk straight across and you go all the way to the end,
It
where would
leads-
that take you?
It leads to the parking lot where we park our cars.
Okay. And does it lead to a similar gate on the other side?
No, there's just an open entrance.
And before you get to the parking lot, around that open entrance, is there another set of stairs that lead you up from floor 1 to 2 to 3?
There are.
And does it almost look identical without the gate as it relates to the openings, archways, and the balconies that you see in 1659?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jurors, y'all's apartment, was it on this side of the building or the back side of the building?
It was on the back, more so of the back side where the parking lot is.
So in State's Exhibit 2, do you recognize or can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 2?
Can you repeat that question?
Can you will you orient the jury in this picture and photograph or State's Exhibit 2? What are we looking at? Where in the building are we?
Where's my apartment? Well, if you
Where would your apartment be if you can find it?
if you go through those brown the brick area, you go straight through there and go up those set of stairs. We were directly on that in the middle where the middle balcony is. That is considered the second floor.
Okay, and if you see where the middle balcony is, there's a window to the left that kind of describes where each apartment
Correct.
will be located. And there's a window to the right. Are either one of these your apartments?
No, we're actually the very next door
Okay, and are you the very next door on the left-hand side or the right-hand side?
on the left.
Okay, and so to get to your apartment, you can go through looks like the archway with the bricks.
Yes, we would go up the stairs and there is the second floor. You would kind of come around and then where you kind of see the opening where that light is, we're like the second door on the left.
Okay, and in State Exhibit 2, do you see the blue Ford Explorer, blue SUV in the picture?
Yes,
Can you tell the jurors whose car is that?
it was Tyrone.
Okay, and is that a car that you traveled in many times, including on December 22nd, 2022?
Correct.
And yes, did not admit this. But do you recognize State's Exhibit 57?
Yes,
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 57?
that's the door number to our apartment.
Okay, and what is that, the door number, photograph of the door number to the apartment that you and Tyrone shared on December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, it is.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cook, was the apartment 1218 in your name or Mr. Hardesty's or someone else or both?
It was both.
I'm sorry, you said
Both.
thank you. It's okay.
So y'all were living in building 1, but apartment 218.
Yes, 1218.
Said that was you went up the stairs, it was the second door on your left-hand side.
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors, we kind of talked about how you and Tyrone met and how long you've been living at that apartment. On December 22nd of 2022, did you work that day?
I did.
And do you remember your hours of work that day?
I do.
Okay, can you tell the jurors a little bit about how long you worked on that day close to Christmas?
Yes, I could remember it was Christmas holiday. So we actually left early that day. I had to be to work at 8 o'clock and we got out at 1.
Okay, and did you have your own car?
I did.
And did you drive to work that day?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors, you said you started the day and got off at 1. What was, if you can remember, the next thing that you did when you got off of work?
I can remember I got off at 1 o'clock. I went to pick my grandmother from her house. She wanted to do a little Christmas shopping and get some Christmas wrapping paper. I can remember I picked her up, took her to the store, and around, I'm gonna say, we were out for a couple of hours. I'm gonna say around about 6 or 7 o'clock, we had gotten to the last store where she wanted to get some Christmas wrapping paper. And that is when I sat in front of the store. I let her go into this Dollar Tree. And that is when Tyrone pulled up next to me in his truck.
Okay. And you can remember about what time of the day was that? We got off at 1 and you met your grandmother. How long had you guys been together? What time did you do this?
Me and my grandmother.
When you get to the store, you said the Dollar General, the Dollar Tree, and when Tyrone.
It had to be about maybe 6:30-ish, 7 o'clock, maybe.
Okay. And prior to seeing Tyrone or him coming to the dollar store, can you tell the jurors, did you talk to him before you left for work?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know if he had to work that day?
He did not have to work that day.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were you able to converse with him throughout the day?
No, I was not. He didn't have a phone.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why?
He had broken his phone like a week prior to. So I actually was getting him a phone for Christmas, and he just was waiting, but he didn't have a phone for like a week or so.
Had you already purchased that gift and was ready to give it to him for Christmas?
No, I did not.
That wasn't something you planned to purchase?
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors, you said he pulled up to where you and your grandmother were?
Yes.
Where was the Dollar General?
The Dollar Tree.
That you were at?
At the Dollar Tree. And when he pulled up, we kind of greeted each other and was kind of excited to see each other. And at that time, I had actually told him that my grandmother's was in the store. And when she come back out, I was going to hop in the truck with him so that we can go look at some Christmas lights. And I asked him to meet me at my grandmother's house, which he pulled off, and he did. When me and my grandmother got there, he was there. We parked the car. I actually left my car at my grandmother's house that night, and I got in the truck with him.
I don't need to know your grandmother's specific address. What area of town does she live in, stay?
Not too far from Martin Luther King.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors if was it coincidental that you and Tyrone kind of met at the Dollar Tree, or was it planned?
It was coincidence.
Okay. And you said that once he came up, was he alone?
He was.
Okay. And when you got to your grandmother's house, what did you and Tyrone do next?
I got in the truck with him, made sure my grandmother was in her house. And once I got in the truck with him, we actually rode to Walmart. I asked him to take me to Walmart. I can remember I ended up getting him t-shirts, just a few things for Christmas that day at Walmart. I actually had planned to get a couple of things, and then after that we pulled off. And after we pulled off, I asked him if we can take the stuff to the apartment, because I didn't want to ride around with it. We actually we had stopped at, where did we stop at? The Walmart and then the Chick-fil-A after. We went back to the house, and that's when we didn't park on the in a parking spot. We parked on the side of our apartment.
Is that what we saw on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Where his car was parked, was that where he parked the car that evening when you got back to the house?
Correct, because we was coming right back out.
Where we all gonna go?
We just normally ride around. We was actually going to look at Christmas lights that night to some people's houses just to try to get out.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Can you describe for the jurors, you said you went to Walmart and Chick-fil-A. What area of town were you in? How far is that in relation to where you lived at Peaks?
We went to the Walmart on Ashby. Ashby, that's kind of like maybe 10, 15 minutes from actually Martin Luther King.
Okay. And Chick-fil-A's, is it close to both
It's
locations?
directly next door to the Walmart.
Okay. Now, you said when you guys got back to your apartment at the Peaks at MLK, he parked kind of close to the curb. Why was he parked close to the curb?
We parked next to the curb because we was running. Our plan was to just go in, drop the bags off, run back out. So we did not park in a parking spot. We kind of just pulled on the side. He helped me get the bags out the car, and we took the bags in the house.
Once you got back to your apartment, in 12/18, how long do you think that you were there before Tyrone left the apartment?
Maybe 10, not even 15 minutes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. When you and Mr. Tyrone pulled into the apartment complex, the Peaks, and parked on the curb area, was it a normal night? Did you notice anything unusual?
No, it was very cold that night. I do remember. It was around Christmas. Nobody was really outside around that time. So we just kind of pulled to the side and went on in the house.
And when you guys parked the car, got the bags and the gifts and were taking them up the stairs, do you remember, did you ever encounter anyone other than you, Tyrone?
No.
Okay. Did you guys just go straight up the stairs to your apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got into your apartment, can you tell the jurors kind of what's the first things that you and Tyrone did?
I can remember I walked in and I was a little bit excited because before I left that morning, we had actually put up a Christmas tree and nothing was under it. And I noticed when I got there, Tyrone had been shopping. There were like maybe 10, 11 gifts under the tree. Most of them had my name on it. A few had family members' names on it. So I was kind of shocked about that. We didn't go in the room. We didn't go in the bathroom. We stayed right there in the living room. And as I was just looking at the gifts, before Ty walked out the door, he had wanted to wrap this gift he had got for somebody's mom, which we both sat on the floor in the living room in front of the tree.
You guys were sitting in front of the tree. Did you wrap any of the presents that you had gotten from Walmart?
I did. Yeah.
Also wrapped some presents?
He had wrapped the one gift that he had for someone's mom that didn't take maybe took maybe a couple minutes. And after he wrapped his gift, I had bought him some shoes like a couple days before that I didn't get to wrap. And I felt kind of bad because he had all those presents under the tree for me. So after he wrapped his gift, I had asked him, can I wrap a gift before we leave out? And he was like, sure. And before I could know it, he just said, I'll be back. I'm about to run to the car. And I got the shoes, and when I set the wrapping paper on the floor, and before I could put the shoes to get ready to wrap them, like a minute, not even a minute, like he said he was going to the car, he'll be right back, and he walked out the door in a couple seconds, like maybe 10 seconds or so. I heard like two or three, couple gunshots. And before I could wrap the gift, I jumped up and there was our gun sitting on the ottoman. I can remember I grabbed it and I ran out the door and I yelled his name. And when I walked out the door, he didn't say anything. All I could hear is foot running on the third floor. Like they were confused, running back and forth. I don't know if it was, to me, I felt like I heard multiple couple feet, just running above our apartment complex.
On the third floor?
Correct.
Let me ask you this question. Can you tell the jurors, did Tyrone, was he interested or involved in the music industry in any way?
He was.
Okay, can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
He did do music. He had been doing music before he met me. While we were together, he did music videos. He's done a few shows. I know he loved what he did. He would go perform at different functions.
He also had a job outside of the music industry where
he did. He worked at a few places. He's worked at the Coca-Cola company. He's worked at MSI. He's worked for. He basically drove the forklifts, or he drove machines at different jobs.
and at your where you worked, what was the name of where you worked again?
One Digital.
And at One Digital, did Tyrone, or did you or Tyrone print flyers or things of that nature for upcoming shows?
I did, and I've made booklets for him. I've done flyers. I've done posters, business cards, and that's pretty much what I would do with him.
Had you recently done that, printed some flyers that were in the back of?
I did. I did those maybe a couple of weeks prior to that.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did Tyrone when he rapped this, did he ever include flyers?
He did. I noticed when he would give gifts to people, he would put a flyer or a poster in it so people could start following him and he get his music out there.
Gifts with a little bit of marketing strategy.
Correct.
Now, were the flyers that you can recall, were they on that night in December on the 22nd? Were they in the back of his car?
They were.
And
because the day before we actually were riding around and he were putting them in stores and putting them on people's building and on trees just to put out.
You told the jurors that he had just finished wrapping a gift that he had gotten from somebody's mom. Was he going to get some flyers for those gifts when he went to the car?
That's what I figured, because there was nothing in the car for him to get. That was the only thing that was in the car on the back seat was the box of flyers. And like I said, he had just wrapped the gift and put it in a bag. And all he said, he was going to the car and he'd be back. So I felt like he was going to grab one. He had a few of them in a couple of his gifts.
You told the jurors that you heard, you said 2 or 3 gunshots. Do you remember telling the detective as well as the officers on scene that you had heard 4 or 5 gunshots after Tyrone left your apartment?
Correct. It was maybe 3 that I could remember.
Okay. Now, you described in yours, once you heard those shots, you grabbed a firearm?
I did.
Okay. Whose gun was it?
Ours. We kept it in the house.
Okay. And where in the house was it?
It was on our ottoman.
Okay. Can you describe to the jurors what kind of gun it was?
It was a all black. It was a big gun.
Okay. Why did you have it?
Out of fear. Usually we keep it in the house for protection, and out of fear, I jumped up, and that's the first thing that I grabbed and ran out the door.
And I'm just put in front of you States Exhibit 58. Do you recognize States Exhibit 58?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
This is the gun that was in our home.
And does that States Exhibit 58, does it fairly accurately depict the firearm that was in your home that you picked up after you heard the shots outside?
Correct.
demonstrated statement tender with remark to State's Exhibit 58.
Ms. Feely, any objection to states 58?
No.
It's admitted.
Now, if you describe to the jurors the kind of layout of your apartment. So you walk in, and how many bedrooms was it?
It was a one bedroom. You walk in, there's the kitchen. You walk through, there's through the kitchen, there's the living room. If you turn left down the hall, there is the bathroom and our bedroom.
Okay. And I guess that when you walk in the kitchen, living room, is it a pretty open space?
It is.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit 58, you described a gun a few minutes ago. Is that the same gun that you described?
Yes.
And you said that gun was kind of in your living room?
Mm-hmm.
I say yes for the record.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you heard a number of shots. Got that gun, right?
Yes,
And when you ran to your front door, you said you called Tyrone's name.
I did.
And what did you do after you called his name?
I yelled for his name. And when he didn't say anything, I knew something. I felt something. At that time, like I said, I started hearing running on our third floor. At that time, I was very scared. I actually started running towards the footsteps that were on the third floor. I actually ran towards the end of the front gate that you showed in the beginning. And before I got to the stairs, I was actually holding the gun up, and I panicked, got scared, and my adrenaline was just going. I actually stopped right before we got to the stairs. At that time, I got to the stairs, and there was someone running that's when I saw someone coming down the third level of our stairs. And that is when I saw just a black pair of pants and a black sleeve. And at that time, I was holding the gun in my hand, and I jumped. As I saw that black clothing, I jumped back. And
when you saw that black clothing, did you only see one person or more than one person?
I saw one person.
Okay. And we're looking at State's 59. I think this is what you were referencing. You look on the screen in front of you or behind you, whichever one you prefer. When you say you ran on the second floor, did you run all the way to what you say is the middle balcony of the second floor, balcony at the end?
Correct.
In the middle of State's 59.
Yes.
Okay. Did you get all the way to the stairs or
close to it?
And let me ask you this question. You heard all of these shots and you heard running in that direction. Can you tell the jurors what moved you to run with them instead of away from them?
Adrenaline, thinking maybe honestly, all type of things was going through my mind that night. I was really scared. I don't know. It was like I yelled for Tyrone, and he didn't say anything. So I didn't know what to think, what to do, and I just started running towards what I heard. And at that time, before I got to the stairs, I stopped. I kind of got scared. And that's when I saw the one person. It's like he jumped back towards on the third floor. And after that, I started running back towards my house.
Now, when you called Tyrone's name and he didn't answer, at that point, did you suspect that he had been shot?
No, not at all.
Okay. And did you run towards the area of the front of the building on the second floor? Because you said you heard running. Did you believe they were responsible for the shooting, possibly?
After getting down there, seeing that Ty was laying there, then of course I knew that person on that third floor was responsible.
Okay. And you said as you got to the stairs and that person, I guess, was coming down from third floor dressed in black. Can you tell the jurors what at that moment made you not stop and confront, but instead kind of run back?
Because I knew then it wasn't Tyrone, and I was scared that he was going to probably shoot me. I didn't know what was going on at the time. This was before I got to him. So at that time, I was just scared.
And what part of the person's body did you see? Did you see their face? Did you see anything?
Just their legs and like the half of their arm to know that they had black on, all black on.
Okay, could you tell if it was a black male or white male?
No, not at the time. It was just all black. He was covered up. He had like black pants, it's like black sleeve, and his hands and stuff was covered. So I didn't see anything but probably here on down.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detective that you were able to catch a glimpse that he was a black male?
No.
Now, once you ran the encounter with the person upstairs, did you know who they were at all?
Not at all.
Decided to run back towards your apartment. Did you go into your apartment, or where did you go?
I went down the stairs to see what Tyrone was.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you went down the stairs, what did you find?
When I got down the stairs, that's when I saw Tyrone laying in the back of our truck.
In State's Exhibit 4, is that how you found Tyrone? Amen.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Cook, I know this is difficult. A minute, Ms. Cook. You want to step out for a minute?
Should we take a break?
You okay? Okay. Now, Ms. Cook, when you saw Tyrone, did you, what did you do?
When I got down there, I started panicking and screaming, and I went to go find my phone.
Where was your phone?
In the house.
Go back up the stairs to your apartment?
Yes.
You got your phone. What was the first thing that you did?
I called 911.
And when you first encountered, you saw Tyrone, when you got your phone and called 911, did you ever go into the car? Did you touch Tyrone?
No.
Why not?
When I got my phone, I called 911. And as I was telling them what was going on, and right before I actually was getting ready to, I was actually getting ready to pull him, and there was a neighbor that came across the way. Right before, as I'm on the phone with the police, there's a neighbor that came out, and when she walked up to me, I remember I'm on the phone, and I was ready to grab him, and when I opened the door to the vehicle, the glass that was shattered, it started falling. And when I was getting ready to grab him, the neighbor grabbed me. One of the neighbors grabbed me and told me, "Don't touch him," because I could make the situation worse. And at that time, before I knew it, the police was pulling up.
And we saw, and I won't go back to it, but we saw in Stacey before, the way that Tyrone was kind of falling and slumped into the vehicle. The door in that photograph was open. So when you found him, was he inside the door? Was it open, and you just further were going to pull
The
it?
door was open already.
And, you said you called 911?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 140. You recognize this in State's Exhibit 140?
Yes.
How do you recognize that disc.
This is call of the 911 call.
Prior to today, we had an opportunity to listen to the contents of this, the 911 call on 140.
Yes,
And after listening to it, you see your signature on the disc.
yes,
And is what's contained on the disc that states that 140 does fairly and accurately depict the phone call to 911 that you made on December 22nd of 2022 around 9:06 p.m.
yes.
At this time, the state tender was remarked to state that 140 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish states that 140.
Granted.
Atlanta, this is operator 7996. What's the location?
I got an emergency. 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. My dad was shot. Please hurry up.
You said 2423?
Yes, ma'am. In the head, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. He just walked outside. I heard gunshots. The niggas ran out the front. 2423.
Okay. What's the apartment number? 1218. Hold on 1 second.
No.
It's operator 952. What is it?
I need somebody right now.
2423. Hold on 1 second, ma'am.
Please hurry.
It's
Please hurry.
2423 MLK, apartment 1218.
I didn't hear you in Atlanta at all.
Please hurry.
2423 MLK, apartment 1218.
2425.
2423.
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Oh my fucking God.
Is a house, apartment, or business?
Apartment.
What's the apartment number?
1218. 1218.
Is there a gate code to the apartment?
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. He just walked out the door. Did anybody see anything?
Yes, ma'am. Atlanta, what's the phone number she's calling from?
404-399-4265.
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Please hurry up. Please hurry up.
Hey, ma'am, tell me exactly what happened.
My doctor said he was going to walk to the car to get something. And in the next 2 seconds, I heard gunshots. And all I know is when I ran out the door, some niggas took off running. And when I ran up, they took off the front gate. I don't know, and I didn't see anything. All I know is I called my guy. I called my guy, and he didn't answer me. And I come to the car, he's leaning in the car. Please hurry up.
Yes, ma'am. These questions I'm answering are not delaying any response of the paramedics.
Please hurry up.
Yes, ma'am. And are you with him now?
Yes.
And how old is he?
35. Oh my God. Please hurry
Is he awake?
No. No.
Is he breathing?
Hurry up.
Is he breathing, ma'am?
Just walked out the... Ma'am, please
Is he
hurry
breathing?
up. No. Please hurry up. I can see his eyes open. He's bleeding.
Is the fella still nearby?
Like I said, we were just came in the house to use the restroom. We were just out driving, having fun. And all I know is I went to, my guy said he's going to grab something out the car. So somebody had to be out here watching him. He walked out the door and all people heard was gunshots. out the door, and she didn't say anything. The niggas took off running out the front gate.
Okay, ma'am, is there any serious bleeding?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Atlanta I-952 requesting fire and PD for 27 Delta Golf.
I already got it started.
Hurry up.
I can't hear you, Atlanta.
I started them already when I first got the call.
Yes, ma'am. And what's the operator?
I
7996.
should have ran over this.
Thank you.
I ran to the front and the niggas was running out the front gate. I turned around because I was so concerned about him when I heard the gunshot. And something told me to go to the front, keep going. I just turned around. Please hurry up.
Yes, ma'am.
Please
I do have
hurry up.
help. I have help arranged for you, okay?
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sending
Please
the
hurry.
Yes, ma'am.
I
I'm
cannot
sending the
breathe.
paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
No, oh my God, okay. So nobody saw this.
Ma'am, are you right by him now?
Take no picture of my tag and stuff. Put stuff on those social media. Oh, okay.
Ma'am?
Okay.
Hello, ma'am?
Ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, listen carefully. Lay him flat on his back, on the ground, and remove anything under his head.
Can somebody else do it? They want me to lay him on the ground. I can't touch him. He just walked out the door to grab something. No, they took off running out the front gate. Because I took off when I came out the house. We just pulled up. We just had to use the restroom. And
ma'am,
I didn't see them, but when I heard the gunshots, I walked. I don't know because I haven't touched him. I gotta. Oh my God. That means somebody had to be out here watching. We just pulled up.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right,
The
okay?
police is here. Can they do it?
Ma'am?
Yes. Yes. I cannot believe it.
So Ms. Cook, while you were on the phone with 911, did the police arrive? Is that why you hung up?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, we heard you talking on that 911 call, and you used some words that indicated that there was more than one person. Did you ever see more than one person coming down those stairs?
No.
Okay. The only person you saw was a person dressed in black.
Yes.
Now, when you first saw Tyrone, did you immediately go get your phone?
Yes.
And after getting your phone, can you tell the jurors, did you immediately call 911 and go back towards where Tyrone was?
Yes, I did.
And at any point while you were on the phone with 911 or at or near the vehicle that belonged to Mr. Tyrone, did you take anything from inside of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
The gun from inside that vehicle?
No, I did not.
Was the only gun present the one that you grabbed from, you said, your ottoman and took off running with?
Yes.
And after can you tell the jurors, what did you do with that gun once you went upstairs to get your phone? Did you leave it there?
I left it in the house.
Okay. And when police arrived, did you speak to the first responding officers?
Yes.
And while did you remain on scene? Like in the air, did you remain at your apartment complex?
I did.
And
they made me go inside my apartment.
And at some point, did members of the Atlanta homicide detectives, did they show up?
Yes.
And did you recall speaking with Detective McClure, the white gentleman with longer hair?
I did.
And speaking with his Sergeant Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Sergeant Smith?
I do.
How did you know?
We graduated from high school and ran track on the same track team.
He was a familiar face.
Yes.
Had you stayed in contact with him since high school?
No.
Okay. Is this the first time you've seen him since high school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you describe to Detective McClure same things you described that you remember hearing and seeing on December 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Conley. If I have any further questions, I know you're right.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Ms. Cook? Okay. Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Cook? If so, just pass your cards to Deputy Gordon, please. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you should sit tight. It's not a break as in you go back to the jury room, but I need to chat with the lawyers real briefly outside. So be at ease. Counsel, let's chat and get back in here. Mr. Abate, can you put back up whichever photo Ms. Cook circled the gate in red? I don't remember what that is. I think it's 2, but don't quote me on this. Whatever photo had the leasing office over to the left.
Exit 58 and then 151.
Okay. Ms. Cook, a few more questions. Did it rain or was it raining that day or evening when you were out at Dollar General and Walmart?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
You described for the jury that you heard some footsteps. It sounded like running maybe back and forth on the 3rd floor above you when you went out after the shooting. Did you hear any other movement?
As I was hearing the running, I heard doors closing, which made me think it was the front gate, which made me say multiple people at the time, because the time I ran out the door, And I was as I heard the running, you can hear a door. It was like a door closed. I heard it close a couple of times, like it was a door.
Okay.
Footsteps and doors.
The gate that you circled before, we can see this is States 59, that black gate, and it looks like the sign on it is lit up. But you know the gate I'm talking about right there?
Yes.
Where you said that's the way to get, if you go up one flight of stairs, you're near your apartment?
Yes.
That gate there, is it locked?
No.
So if I were there, I could get in either direction. I wouldn't need a key or a swipe card?
Correct. You wouldn't need, it's open.
Okay. The person you saw dressed in black when you got closer, did you see that person holding a gun?
I did not.
The person who was dressed in black, who was running down the stairs near you, was that person running down towards the blue car where Mr. Hardesty was, or in some other direction?
No, he was running out this gate, like he were trying to run out this gate here from the 3rd floor, which he would have had to come down stairs to get down there. So he came down to as he was coming down, and I got to the end of the stairs, he jumped back. So this would be the gate that he would be trying to come out of.
So you're pointing at a big screen, but just so
Oh,
we're
I'm
clear
sorry.
for the record, that's okay.
The-
It's the gate we've been talking about with
Correct.
the white sign that looks all lit up.
Yes,
So if he had completed the route you thought he was taking, down from 3 to 2 to 1, that would get him right to that gate.
correct.
And that gate is not locked.
It's not locked. It's just the gate to the rent office and the main Martin Luther King Street.
Okay. The flyers that Mr. Hardesty had for his music, do you know which side, first of all, do you know if they were in the front seat or the back seat?
I do. They were in the back seat behind the driver's seat,
Not the passenger side, but the driver's side.
the driver's side.
The gun, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say on the back seat
Okay.
of the driver's
On the
seat.
back seat
Mhm.
behind the driver's.
Mhm.
Okay. The gun from your apartment that was on the ottoman and you ended up carrying around, it was in States 58. Was that firearm registered, if you know about guns being registered?
I'm not sure, to my knowledge. I didn't purchase it, but we kept it in our home.
Who brought it into the relationship?
Tyrone.
Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any questions based on the exchange I just had with Ms. Cook?
Yeah, I just have one really quick question. That's good. I just want to show you States Exhibit 89. Recognize States Exhibit 89. Let me ask you this question. In States Exhibit 89, do you see the area where the flyers you just talked about would have been inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Right. And does States Exhibit 89 fairly and accurately depict where the flyers were back on December 22nd of 2022 inside of the blue Ford Explorer of Tyrone's?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibit 89 into evidence.
No objection.
89 is admitted.
And can you describe for the jurors as it pops up on the screen in front of you or behind you? In States Exhibit 89, do you see the box kind of in the middle of the back seat with the orange top that's up? Is that where the flyers would have been?
Yes.
Is that a box from your actual company?
Yes.
And go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, before you take, well, you can take the picture down. That's okay. There's what looked like blood. There also were all these black little pebbly looking things. Was that the glass, the window glass you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And you talked about the questions the judge asked you about hearing footsteps and doors shutting on the third floor. On that third floor, are there several apartments that line each side, the left and the right side of building one, just like on the second floor where you live?
The left. Yes.
Okay. And so there's a number of apartments that go all the way down left side and all the way down the right side.
Yes.
And you don't know, because you didn't go on the third floor, whether people who also heard the gunshots had opened and shut their door to see what was going on.
No, I didn't.
And it's fair to say the only person you saw was the one person in black that you encountered coming down the stairs.
Yes.
And at any point when you ran back and went to the other side of the building, the back side of the building where the car was parked, where Tyrone was, did you ever see the person in black come that way?
No.
Okay. And after you encountered him in the stairwell, did you ever see that person again that night or ever again?
No.
And have you previously attended court appearances? That's all my questions.
Ms. Feely, do you have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cook, thank you for your time. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Abate, Mr. Rao, who's the next witness? If you have one that wouldn't, you should call them in whatever order you need, but if you have one that wouldn't take all that long, we could fit one more witness in before the lunch break.
I can call a shorter witness. I'm gonna call Miss Artesia Winder.
Okay. You guys can make it through one more witness before lunch? Yes? No, I was looking at the jurors. Okay, great.
I'm a lawyer. I think it's all about me all the time.
Can you face me? Raise your right hand. Right here. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God? Please state your name correctly.
Artesia Winder,
Can you spell your first and your last name, please?
ARTESHIAWYNDER.
Ms. Winder, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I've been informed that you recently had a procedure with your eyes, and so it's necessary for you to wear the dark glasses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you don't wear them, it hurts your vision?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because normally I'd say, please take those off, so the jurors could see all of you, but because how recently was the procedure?
It's been about a month, but the lighting still hurt my eyes because I got to get ready to have another one.
Okay, so you basically wear those all the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Weiner, and good morning. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the jurors, what do you do for a living?
Deli clerk.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Deli clerk.
Okay. And if you'll just speak real loudly like we're outside, I know you got a yelling voice, okay? Now, can you tell the jurors, where did you live back in December of 2022?
The peaks of MLK.
Okay, and how long had you lived there?
Prior to this, for a couple of years.
Okay, and what building, if you can recall, did you live in?
The first building, which is on the 3rd floor.
Okay, and you said on the 3rd floor. Do you remember which apartment you were living in on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm gonna show you, and I will take the time to share it on the screen. The jurors have seen it. Is this the building that you were living in back on December 2022 in States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you said it's the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember which apartment you were living in at that time on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, which one was it?
1316.
Okay, and if we're looking at States Exhibit 2, and you go up the stairs to the 3rd floor, can you tell the jurors, once you get to the 3rd floor, is it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
The left.
Okay, and how many doors down, once you get up the stairs, do you have to go to get to your apartment on the left-hand side?
3.
3. And when you were living there, did you have like a Ring doorbell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, were you home on December 22nd, 2022, around 9 p.m. and hear gunshots?
I didn't hear anything. I was at home, but I was in the bed because I have to get up at 1:45 in the morning. Yes.
For work?
Yes.
Okay. And as the days after December 22nd, 2022, did detectives with the Atlanta Police Department knock on your door and talk to you?
It was a detective left a card. Yes.
And did you call the detective?
Yes.
And did the detective, can you tell the jurors why the detective was calling you?
Well, he had called, said that he was investigating a murder.
Okay. And did he ask about your Ring doorbell and whether it recorded anything around the times of between 9 p.m. and on
Yes, sir, he did.
22nd of 2022. And did you provide the detective with anything that you were able to find that your system, your Ring system recorded?
Well, I didn't know how to do it, but this guy who I was talking to, he talked to the detective and he told him how to send it to him and stuff.
Okay, so he logged into your account with you next to him, was able to pull something off and send it to you.
Send it to him.
And I want to show you what's been marked. States Exhibit 152. And you recognize your initials or your signature on the disc for States Exhibit 152.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an opportunity to view what's on the disc on States Exhibit 152?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what is contained inside of or on that disc?
A young man running by.
Get the description. Is that the Ring footage that you were able to provide from your account?
Yes.
Okay. And when you reviewed it, did it fairly and accurately depict what you and your friend were able to pull from your Ring account and send to the detective of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state with tender was marked as States Exhibits 152 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection?
No, no.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Weiner, beyond that, was that kind of the only information since you were sleeping that you were able to provide to the detective upon calling him back after he left his card?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further, Mr.
Ms. Feely, any questions for Ms. Winder?
No question, thank you.
Any questions from the jurors? All right, thank you, ma'am, for being here. Good luck with your second eye surgery.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Careful stepping down. So that was an impressively accurate attorney estimate of time consumption. Do you have another witness like that? Or should we not test our luck and just do lunch?
Probably do lunch. I don't want to be wrong.
All right. Well, we'll keep your streak alive of one. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pivot to lunch now. That clock is a little off, but it's the easiest one to see. So when I say, hey, be back at 1 o'clock, it'll be on that clock. And so if your time is 5 minutes faster, then you can be back at 1:05 on your time. But I think if we do about 57 minutes, that should be enough time. Is there anyone here who feels like they need more time for lunch? All right, you're welcome to stay in there and have lunch. You don't have to eat at all. You can eat as one large group. You can eat as small groups. It's not a problem to hang out as jurors. Just don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else you want, not the case. Let's try to reconvene as close to 1 as we can make it. I know the lawyers will be here and we'll get ready to go. And we'll be waiting on the 14 of you. Any logistical questions before we break for lunch? Yes, sir.
Can I get out of the building to go vote across the next building? Because by the time I get back to Milton, it would have, because of the traffic, it would have been over.
Okay, so 2 things. Yes, you're free to leave the building. You don't have to stay in the building. You can go where you want to go. 2, polls should be open till 8 p.m. and we're not keeping you here till 6:30. So hopefully you could make it to your own poll, but there's nothing wrong with you trying to do what you described. Leaving the building is fine. But we'll be ending today around 5 o'clock, just like we didn't have a hard stop for lunch. If we're in the middle of a witness and we've been getting consistently good time estimates and the lawyers say, hey, 10 more minutes and we'll finish with this witness, we might go to 5:10 because that way this witness doesn't have to come back tomorrow, even though you'll stay a little bit past 5. There was another hand. Nope, that got answered. Same question. All right, same answer. We'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Get out of here.
Again.
All right, Mr. Rao, don't mean to be keeping you awake. Anything before we break for lunch? Ms. Feely, anything before lunch? No. All right, let's be back a little before 1 o'clock. Thank you. I'll mute the microphone in here so you can speak freely. let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. Deputy Gordon shared with me as we were starting our lunch break that unfortunately juror 16 told him she is not following what's going on. This is our juror whose native tongue is not English. So I, one, need to share that with everyone involved, and two, feel like we should bring juror 16 out so she can express her concern and we can ask her a little bit about how she's feeling. Anything you want to discuss before we do that, Mr. Abate?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely? All right, if we could have juror 16 come out, she can sit right there in that first seat. Good afternoon, juror 16. How are you? I'm all right. Deputy Gordon shared with me the concern you expressed to him that maybe you're not following everything. And I'm curious if you could elaborate on that, because there hasn't been anything that's been super complicated. So it hasn't been complicated language, but you said sometimes if people are talking fast or this or that. Tell me your concern.
So that surprised me too, because when I listened to that, like exhibit 140, her calling 911, and she was all repeating herself like many times. And then Mr. Bata said that she mentioned two or more, one or more person, which I did not hear at all.
So guess what? I didn't hear it either.
So that surprised me.
Okay.
I had to share that.
Yeah. But is that what really got you concerned? Okay.
I've heard her many times. I mean, I paid, 100% attention, and I heard her saying many times repeatedly the same thing. And that surprised me that I didn't hear that.
Okay. If that's what has gotten you concerned, you are a very, very conscientious juror. And I'd ask you to continue to let Deputy Gordon know if things come up. But I will tell you, I didn't hear that. Not that it wasn't said, but because it was very repetitive and like, okay, she's repeating herself again. But there was clearly some moment because she remembered it. She's going to remember it more clearly than you or I. But I bet a number of your colleagues didn't pick up on that either. So I'm not worried about that, but let me see if either lawyers for either side have questions for you about that. Is that the one thing that?
So far, yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay.
So far.
Mr. Bate, do you have any questions for juror 16?
I did not.
Okay, Ms. Feely? All right, thank you for sharing that. I'm gonna have you go back with the group. All right, Mr. Abate, your thoughts about keeping juror 16?
I think, like Your Honor said, she's been very conscientious at this point. I don't believe that there's an issue.
Okay, Ms. Feely?
Same, she did what she told us she would do, which is tell us if she had an issue, so I'm fine with her staying.
Me too. I was waiting to hear, the first witness and the second witness, but the one thing she said, like, hey, I'm guilty too. I guess I should get a different judge in here to handle it, because I didn't pick up on that either. Okay, for now, we'll keep juror 16 in the mix. We'll monitor that. She will monitor it. I'm sure let us know if she's got other concerns. Anything else, Mr. Abate, before we bring the jurors out?
For the courts, I guess to bring to the court's attention, today I believe we'll get definitely to Detective McClure. One, he has childcare issues where he has to leave right at 5 today. Which I know is not an issue with the court. But I also want to bring to the court's attention to the point where, which will be the end of his direct examination, there'll be a point where I'd like to admit the defendant's statement that he made while in custody with Detective McClure. I was wondering if the court, if it's closer to 5, if that would be a good stopping point for Your Honor. I have to make some redactions as it relates to bad character of the victim that is mentioned throughout the recording, and I have not been able to do those redactions. I tried to do it during the lunch break, but the computer system is always finicky, not in here in the DA's office, unfortunately. So I just wanted to flag that for the court.
So it's a request that maybe we stop a little early today, mid McClure, if we get to him. I mean, if things go rapidly and we get to him, we pull up for the day before you get to the point where you would seek to tender Mr. Williams' statements. These are statements he made to McClure? Okay. And then we just pick up tomorrow at 1 with the rest of his testimony. And then is Leopard the last witness after that, or there are several more?
It'll be Leopard, the ME, which both will be very quick. And then Mike Sprinkle, who's introducing just one jail call.
Okay.
So we will definitely finish tomorrow, for sure.
Okay. Ms. Feely, do you have any concerns with stopping maybe a little early today if we reach that break point before 5?
No.
Two things. One, I need to correct with the jurors. I thought polls were open till 8. They're open till 7, but this fits nicely with your request to maybe end a little early. They close at 7. And so the earlier we end, the more time people have to get to Milton or Palmetto if they are choosing to vote. Number two, well, the moment you mentioned Mr. Williams' statement, I know that we had discussed those, and I think maybe it was the state that filed it's not a reverse Jackson Deno, it's more of a prophylactic Jackson Deno. Let's get a ruling that the statement was freely and voluntarily given. I think that's sort of how we left it. I don't know that I've ever put something in writing to that effect, and I want to make sure I do before the statements are played. Am I remembering kind of how we left it?
Yes, now that you bring that up, and it slipped my mind, because I know we sent the recording to you, and now that I think about it, there isn't a ruling in writing, but it seemed as if we were almost in an agreement that it was voluntary, but the court was just going to look it over so you could do an order.
Right, and that was what we had discussed, that it didn't require a hearing. I needed to review it and then enter a ruling. Is that your recollection, Ms. Feely? All right, let me see. So I've got the link to Dropbox, but it was sent in February. Do those links expire or are they forever?
They're forever.
Okay. I'll do that. That's another reason why we wouldn't want to play the statements today.
Okay.
All right, I will work on that. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
All right, adjourned. you as person accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. How was it? Anyone go to Tide Tate, the Thai restaurant down Mitchell Street? Anyone go to American Deli? All right, couple of hearty individuals. So I was talking with the lawyers before you came out here just to get a sense of the schedule. I was quickly informed by my staff that I was mistaken about how late the polls are open. They close at 7, not 8. So I will make sure we stop at 5 at the latest. We may break a little before then just because of the way the state's case is flowing. Mr. Abate tells me that he is pretty darn confident that the state will rest not very far into tomorrow. We hadn't talked a whole lot about schedule, but tomorrow we start at 1 o'clock because of my obligations with our accountability courts, drug court. I'll be in here all morning. So we're going to start at 1. You should have lunch before you get here. We will not take a lunch break when we start at 1. It'd be great if we could go to 6 tomorrow. It's not an election day, but we'll be starting at 1. But you all may have blocked out 9 to 5, and you may have obligations that require us to stop around 5. So I'm going to get your input before we end today, so you know what tomorrow is going to look like. But we will start at 1. Based on the forecast from Mr. Abate, I'm comfortable saying that you'll get the case, as in for deliberations, at some point on Thursday. So we're looking to be very much on schedule. There's still lots to hear from lots of witnesses, but I wanted to give you that preview. And before we break for the day, I want to get your thoughts about how late we can go tomorrow. But we'll be closing probably a little before 5 today. And with that, Mr. Bynum, if you call the next witness, please.
State will call Ms. Smith.
Face me and raise your right hand. You affirm that testimony you will be able to truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God. You will not see. Can you stay explain that for the record?
Veoncia Smith,
Explain.
VEONCIA.
Ms. Smith, you're kind of light spoken, so you'll just speak with your outside voice, so the judge, the court reporter, defense counsel, and everybody can hear yours as well, okay?
Mhm.
All right. Can you introduce yourself to the jurors? What do you do for a living?
I'm a manager at Family Dollar.
And here locally in the Atlanta area?
Yes, West End area.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors back in December of 2022, where were you living?
The Peaks.
Okay. And on that date or in December of 2022, how long had you been living at that apartment complex?
I'm say like 3 weeks.
Okay.
Just moved there.
And can you tell the jurors what building, if you can recall, were you living in?
I know the door number is 1317.
Okay.
I guess the 1000 building.
All right. You recall when you drive into the complex, was the first building that the leasing office was located in, that your apartment was also located in?
Right. Yes.
Okay. And you said it was
17.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors what floor of building 1 was that in?
It's the 3rd floor.
Okay. And if you were to go up the stairs from the back entrance, can you tell the jurors where would your apartment be on the 3rd floor once you get up there?
It will be, I'm actually behind the rent office in the pool area. So I'll be, it's like the rent office, pool area, my balcony.
Okay. I want to show you states exhibit 60, 61, 63, and 65. Tell me if you recognize those.
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
I walk up those stairs every day, 3 flights of stairs.
Okay.
every day.
In State Exhibit 60, 61, 63, and 65, do all of those pictures fairly and accurately depict your apartment building, the area of the third floor, and the surrounding building?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender with remarked as Exhibit 60, 61, 63, and 65.
Any objection to those four exhibits? 60, 61, 63, and 65. Pardon? Yes, they're admitted.
Okay, so in State's Exhibit 65, can you, it should be on the screen in front of you or behind you, so it's a little bigger for you to look at. Can you describe for the juror, so right here in Exhibit 65, towards the right-hand side of the photo at the bottom, do you see the staircase?
Yes.
Is that the staircase you were saying that you walk up 3 flights of stairs every day?
Yes.
And if you come up the stairs and go to your right in the photograph, you see the big arches?
Yes.
Where, I guess, what does that lead to?
The parking lot.
Okay, is it overlook the area of the parking lot from building 1?
Yes.
Do you see in the right-hand side, kind of the middle photograph, where it says 1319, do you see that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And is that an apartment that's next to you?
Yes.
So on that left-hand side, if you were to go, if you come out the stairs and go straight and keep walking, is your apartment the very next one after 1319?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your apartment, the door to your apartment is pretty close to the staircase and the balcony archway that overlooks parking area of building 1?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you State 61. Is that just an up close, I guess, look of the balcony area?
Mm-hmm.
Gotta say yes for the record.
Yes.
Now, in State Exhibit 60, can you tell the jurors, do you, I guess, what is that a view from? What are we looking at?
The same area. It's just at a different angle, like looking down.
Okay. And so is it a photograph that's taken, if you're looking at State Exhibit 61, kind of taken where the camera is pointed down through the archway, where the opening is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on December 22nd, 2022, around 9 o'clock in the evening, were you home?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors at that time what, if anything, you heard that kind of caught your attention?
Well, first I heard the gunshots.
Okay. And how many gunshots, if you can recall, did you hear?
5 to 6.
Okay. And when you heard them, can you describe to the jurors, were they pretty loud?
Yes, actually, the first thing I thought was like, I know nobody's not shooting in front of my door, but then I thought how it echoes in the hallway because people don't got the arguing neighbors and they be downstairs, the lower up under me, and it sounds like they're on the same floor. So, and after the gunshots, I mean, I dropped to the floor. I hear running past my door.
And the gunshots, it sounds like from what you just described, did they seem pretty close to your door?
Yes, it did.
And you said you hit the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear running?
Yes.
Other than the gunshots and the running, did you hear anything else?
Yes, I did.
What did you hear?
Like a car scurrying off.
Okay. And did you see anything? Were you inside your apartment when you heard everything?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to see anything that happened outside your door that evening?
Nope, no.
Okay, after you you hit the floor, did you ever, I guess, come out of your apartment?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and when you opened your door, describe to the jurors, was anybody around?
No, it wasn't nobody around. First thing I did was look over the banister,
Okay.
the balcony.
When you did that, can you describe to the jurors what you saw?
I heard a lot of screaming, and I seen the guy slumped over in maybe a Tahoe or Suburban. Looked like glasses everywhere.
And when you looked over the balcony and saw that, were the police, were they present at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So as the days went by, did you speak with any members of or detectives with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm gonna say about a week and a half went by.
Okay, and can you describe to the jurors how you encountered or came in contact with a detective? Do you remember what he looked like?
Yes, it was a white guy and a black guy.
Okay, and how did you come in contact with those detectives?
They knocked at the door, at my door.
They physically came to your house, knocked on the door, and you answered?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jurors, if you recall, why were they there?
I kind of figured that it was about the shooting that happened recently, and that I wasn't the only one that was knocking at the door. You know, everybody else's door too.
Were they asking you if you had any information or knew anything about the shooting that happened on December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, they did ask me that.
Okay. And did you describe to them kind of what you described to the jury here today about what you heard outside of your apartment?
Yes.
Now, when they were there, did you take them outside and point out any items around the balcony area that we saw in State's Exhibits 60 and 63, I believe?
63. Yes. 61.
I'm gonna pull them up for you right now. Excuse me, it states that it's 61. Can you kind of describe to the jurors a little bit where and what you pointed out? There we go. Okay, in State's Exhibit 61, let's see, let's go to, it's a better shot, State's Exhibit 65. As you, I guess, kind of walk them on the third floor in the area where the stairs are in that exhibit in 65, and when you go towards the archway or the balcony, can you kind of describe to the jurors in what area you show them, if anything?
So normally when my mom comes and visits over, I stand on the balcony and I watch them. I don't go down. I just watch them in the parking lot going down. And my daughter and her was saying goodbye, and she was like, "It's something by your feet." And we was like, I was standing right here, but she's standing right here, like 2-3 steps off the top step. So it's like eye level. And so when I looked down, it was bullet shells. You know, right here, it's about 3 or 4. I'm sorry. I should look down.
Yeah. Will you repeat what you just said where they were? So the court can take that into the, just keep your voice up.
That the one of the bullet shells is right here near my neighbor's door. and it was like 3 to 4 more shells about my feet where I was standing at.
And, did you put those there?
No, I did not.
And prior to pointing them out to the detective, did you ever touch them or move them?
Nope. No.
And prior to the night of December 22nd, 2022, had you heard gunshots near your door before?
No.
And after December 22nd, 2022, after you heard, you said the 4 to 5 gunshots, did you hear them again in the days that led up to when the detectives knocked on your door?
No.
The only day that you heard gunshots was that evening of December 22nd of 2022.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
Now, Ms. Smith, you mentioned you were working at this time, right?
Yes.
And so you would be out of the apartment for hours at a time at your job? Is that
Yes.
fair? So you wouldn't be privy to what gunshot potentially was happening at the peaks when you weren't there? Is that fair?
Right.
And this was a week later when the detective came, or
Yes.
investigator? Thank you. And you mentioned that, I want to make sure I get the timeline right. You hear the shots, you hear the running, and then you hear the car skirting off. And were you able to tell which direction?
It sounded like it was coming from going back towards the rent office.
You weren't able to see what kind of car it was?
No.
And that was the extent of your involvement in terms of what you saw that night?
You said what?
That was all your involvement in terms of what you saw?
I didn't see anything.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Smith from the jurors? Closed. Ms. Smith, how long after the shooting did you find these shell casings that you described?
I want to say a couple of days before the detective came, because my mom visited me after that.
Okay, but that was before they visited. If the shooting was on day one, did you find those shell casings that same day, or the next day, or a week later?
I'd say 5 days later.
Okay.
6 the max.
So the detectives didn't come see you until about a week after the shooting happened?
Right.
On the day of the shooting, were you aware of the police wandering around on your floor, your hallway of the apartment complex?
Yes.
Do you know if any shell casings were found down where that SUV you described was?
No.
Meaning, you know there were none found, or you don't know what they found down there? Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any follow-up questions for Ms. Smith based on that?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Yeah, pictures you can leave right there. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next witness?
Okay, we'll call crime scene tech, Brandon Parker.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You will have seen. Can you say this again on the record?
Hi, my name is Brandy Parker, Brandi, Parker, Parker.
Hey, good afternoon, crime scene tech Parker.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am the supervisor for the crime scene department for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Almost 8 years.
Well, I can take your bag and put it right here on the first row, that way you don't have to hold it.
Oh, okay, you want me to put it right?
You can put it right there too.
I'm sorry, how many years?
Almost 8 years.
Okay, and in those 8 years, have you always worked in the crime scene area of the department, in the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, always.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about some of the training that you have done and your responsibilities as a crime scene tech with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, so we have standard training of 7 classes at GPSIC, which is Georgia Public Safety Training Center. And that's where we go to take classes at such as photography, crime scene, 101, evidence presentation. And we also do about a year of on-the-job training. So we basically partner a new crime scene tech with the senior crime scene tech, and they go from crime scene to crime scene. We respond to all types of crime scenes. So we're responsible for collecting evidence, processing the crime scene from beginning to end, and anything that would help a case as far as evidence, fecal swabs, DNA, shell casings, anything of that matter.
And as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors, are your job responsibilities and duties very similar to what you just described?
Yes, very similar.
And you said you respond to all types of scenes. Can you tell the jurors, do you respond to all types of scenes around the entire city of Atlanta?
Yes, all types of scenes throughout the city of Atlanta, including the airport.
And you respond to things for processing in cases that involve theft, all the way up to murder.
Yes, it can be the smallest shoplifting case to murder, car theft, anything, any chargeable offense we respond to.
You're busy.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is there a specific time of day shift that you work?
Yes, so I'm assigned the evening shift, which is 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And back in December of 2022, were you working that same shift from 3 to 11?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how do you get called to or dispatched to a scene to process and photograph it?
So we have radios. We are connected to 911 dispatch, and basically the dispatcher or the responding officer who responds to the scene first will assess the scene and then raise us on the radio via dispatch and give me a location and the crime type. And then from there, I will timestamp everything and then be en route to that location.
And is it typical that when you arrive on scene, that first responders are already there and have roped off or secured the scene?
Yes, so it is mandatory for an officer to respond first. They are required to secure the scene, whether it be by yellow police caution tape, whether it be by vehicle or officers securing the perimeter. And then I will arrive and meet with the responding officers or the other investigators.
Okay. Can you describe to the jurors, when you arrive to the scene, what are some of the first steps that you take? Do you talk to the responding officers or any detectives that are on scene to get a kind of a lay of the land?
Yes, so I basically meet with the responding officers and the investigators on scene. They give me a walkthrough or a rundown of what they may have found, what they may have heard happened, and I go from there. I do a walkthrough myself, so I basically search the crime scene, inside the tape, most likely because they are required to tape off a large parameter of the scene. And I basically do a walkthrough, see what I need to collect based off the information that was given.
And when you are beginning your initial investigation and doing that walkthrough that you just described, for example, with a homicide case, is it typical that the homicide detective, the lead detective assigned to the case, kind of walks around with you and directs you to and assists you in processing and identifying items of evidence?
Yes, they do technically walk with us. It's a team effort, and we are in communication throughout the entire process.
This sounds like a silly question, but could you explain to the jury why is that important that you guys kind of work together or in tandem as you are processing and working through a scene?
So basically, they need to know what we would consider important evidence. They may see something that we don't see. I may see something that they don't see. And at that time, we work together to determine if it's necessary. Basically, just documentation purposes. If I collect shell casings, I would like to notate to the investigator what I found, and so they can document it themselves.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, did you respond to the Peaks at MLK apartment complex located at 2423 Martin Luther King Drive, southwest of Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I did.
And is that here within the city of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
In Fulton County?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, can you tell the jurors, if you can recall, the first steps that you took as you began to process and do your walkthrough of the scene?
Basically, like you said, I did a walkthrough. I got the information that I needed. Any vehicles that were related to the scene, I basically viewed the vehicles. I located my evidence, which will be shell casings and a fragment. And basically after that, I started photographing, doing my series of photos.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State Exhibits 3 and 5 through 56. You'll take a second to flip through those and look up when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize the photographs in State Exhibits 3, 5 through 56?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 3, 5, and through 56?
I remember the case. So I remember how I take my photos, that these are my photos.
Okay. And are those photographs that you took on December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, it is.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene at the Peaks at MLK, the 2423 Martin Luther King address?
Yes.
This time around, the state lieutenant was remarked to States Exhibit 3, and then 5 through 56.
All right, any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Ms. Feely?
No, yeah.
They are admitted.
Now, crime scene Parker, I want to show you previously been admitted at States Exhibit 2. Okay, in States Exhibit 2, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you took of Building 1 at the Peaks at MLK apartment?
Yes, it is.
Now, can you describe to the jury, you kind of talked about, you recognize the photographs in 3 and in 5 through 56 because of the way the photographs were taken. Can you explain to the jury how you're trained and then how you use that training in photographing physical crime scenes when you respond?
So basically I myself, I have a pattern or a technique that I use for basically all my crime scenes. First things first, I always take a picture of a location, which is building. It could be a street sign or anything of that matter. And I do a close-up of the building number, which would be number 1. I try not to change too much about my photos so I can know that they are mine, how I take my photos. I do overall mid-range and close-up of certain items. So, as far as training, I incorporate my training because we take a photography class. So I incorporate my training into my processing of a crime scene.
So in States Exhibit 3, you described, you make sure that you take identifying information that relates to buildings and addresses that you respond to. Is this an example of what you described?
Yeah.
And when you take your photographs, can you explain to the jury how do you take like an overall and then take photographs of close up things that you believe to be important?
Yes, so overall generally just gives a general location of where an item is. And then as I get closer to the item, my pictures will basically zoom in on that item so you can see what that item is. So that would be a mid-range and a close-up. A close-up, you should be able to identify what you are photographing.
Okay. And do you remember as you walk through the scene at Building 1 of the Peaks apartment complex, through your walkthrough, what you identified as, I guess, important items of evidence that you eventually photographed and processed?
Yes, it would be shell casings and a fragment.
Okay. I know we talked about you photographed the building. Were there any vehicles involved in your processing and photographing that was, I guess, important or related to the case?
Yes, it was a Ford Explorer vehicle in the victim.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury when you arrived, I guess, where and how was the position of the victim in relation to the Ford Explorer that you described?
The victim was located partially inside the vehicle in the rear passenger's door frame. His upper body was in the vehicle. His lower half was outside of the vehicle with the door open.
Ms. Parker, the screen in front of you, if you press stay muted, then that box will go away. And
okay.
It may be that Mr. Abate is going to want you can mark on that screen. So I just wanted to clear that one up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
So on the screen. Now, in States Exhibit 4 on the screen before you, is this what you just described and how you found the victim and eventually photographed and processed the scene as it relates to the building and the blue Ford Explorer?
Yes, it is.
And you described a few seconds ago taking kind of overall and then close-up photos of items. So in States Exhibits 5, which is on the screen before you, is that, would you describe kind of overall photograph that you took of a shell casing located on the sidewalk.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and then in State Exhibit 6, is this a close-up of State Exhibit 5 of the shell casing that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, do you do that for all of the shell casings that you located here in State Exhibit 7?
Yes.
As they just, again, a close-up of the shell casing that you located?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 9, can you describe to the jurors, if you recall in that photo, kind of the general area you described where a fragment was found not far from the victim? Where would that be in that photograph?
It's on the ground, close.
You can circle it if that helps you. I'll get to the close-up. Let's go to State Exhibit 10.
I think I might need to.
In State Exhibit 10, do you see the fragment you collected?
Yes.
Okay, so circle it for the jurors. Can you tell me or tell the jurors what is a fragment? And how is that different from a shell casing?
So basically the fragment are just pieces of the bullet. It's the bullet broken up into pieces depending on what it may have struck. It's just like little pieces of shrapnel, and it just breaks in some time.
And that happened as it relates to if a bullet is fired from a gun, hits a vehicle, and that's what causes a bullet to splinter or shred.
Yes, if anything, it can happen.
Now, when a gun is fired, it's a handgun. We talked about bullets. How is a bullet different than a shell casing?
The shell casing is usually what holds the bullet. I'm gonna say hold the bullet. With all the fire, like the powder and everything inside the shell casing, it extracts the bullet. So the casing is just kind of what comes after.
When a gun is fired, is it fair to say a shell casing is ejected from the gun, whether it be to the right or to the left?
Yes.
Depending on the firearm.
Yes.
Now, when you're on scene, do you take pictures of the vehicle, kind of the inside as you find it, with the victim and the items in the vehicle there?
Yes, everything is photographed as is. So I would photograph the exterior of the vehicle and interior if possible.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 16. So you can clear the screen, the trash can. In State's Exhibit 16, do you see kind of the glare from the light? Do you see where there's a yellow marker? It says 1 on it in the middle of 16, kind of like towards the bottom of the exhibit?
Yes.
You'll circle that for the jurors. And do you see an additional yellow marker that is got the number 2 on it?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jurors what are those markers or placards and what are they for?
Those are markers 1 and 2 to signify the shell casings and where they were located.
And we talked about a little while ago that you had already photographed, whether it be from overall and then close up of the shell casings. Why do you take additional photographs of those same shell casings, but with the placards or the markers 1 and 2 there?
So I initially photographed it the way it is. After I placed my marker numbers, as far as sequence of events, I photograph it again. 1, to notate where the markers are, what the markers are signifying, and to show that I altered the scene by adding something else that was not there originally.
And are those markers used, I guess, to correspond with the items when you collect them and as for reporting purposes in your report?
Yes, so each piece of evidence that has a marker number, that marker number and that piece of evidence is the same throughout report writing, processing, packaging. So number one, I know that it will always be the shell casing. Same as number two.
And the way you described earlier, how you take your photos, the overalls and the close-ups, is that what we're seeing here in State Exhibit 17? Is a close-up of marker number one of the shell casing the sidewalk.
This would be my mid-range. I should have a.
So would 18 be your close-up?
Yes, it would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, do you do the same thing as it relates to marker number two, do a mid-range, far away mid-range, and then close-up?
Yes.
It's the 25 and 26.
Yes.
Excuse me, 19 and 20.
Yes.
Now, when you go to State Exhibit 21, can you tell the jurors what is marker number three, which just happens to, the circle's perfect, but what is marker number three identifying in State Exhibit 21?
That's identifying the fragment that I photographed earlier in relation to the vehicle.
Okay, and then State Exhibits 22 and 23, they have these, the mid-range and the close range of that fragment that we talked about earlier now.
Yes.
Okay, now in State Exhibit 24, can you tell the jurors what is State Exhibit 4, excuse me, the marker number 4 in State Exhibit 24, what is it marking or signifying? For the jurors in the back.
You said circle it?
Yeah, some of the jurors, make sure they can see.
So number 4 is signifying the victim. Also is signifying in relation to number 3, proximity, where the fragment is in relation to where the victim is located.
Why is that important for you to notate the proximity for your purposes of your report and your processing?
For me, it's just relation purposes, so I know where items are located. I cannot say specifically that the fragment was there via someone else's doing, but it's just to show relation and location for me.
That's because you weren't there at the time of the shooting. Right?
Yes.
Now, while on scene, do you take a series of photographs of the vehicle and the victim with him inside?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors why do you photograph the entire car inside and out?
So I photograph a vehicle to notate, to documentation, to notate if there's any damage to the vehicle, any bullet holes. It could be someone described the car as having a missing headlight. If that's the case, I photograph the car from the exterior to the interior. The interior, I photograph because there may be evidence in there, something that needs to be collected. So I do that before the vehicle is removed.
Can you describe for the jurors, I know we've seen some photos, I won't be repetitive and go back, but kind of describe for the jurors some of the photographs and what you determined as it relates to the damage to the Ford Explorer, the blue Ford Explorer.
There was broken glass. So, okay, yes. The rear passenger door window was damaged. So that is me basically notating damage to the vehicle, whether it's the window or just documenting the glass on the ground.
Now, I want to show you. So, and obviously we see in State Exhibit 24, at this point, have you manipulated or touched the victim as it relates to his clothes or anything else on his person or in that vehicle?
No, I have not.
Okay, I want to show you State Exhibit 32. So in State Exhibit 32, can you, obviously, the victim's pants are much lower than they were in State Exhibit 24. Can you describe to the jurors, I guess, how that happened and why you did that and took photographs of it?
So I was not the one to alter the clothing. We have a medical examiner.
Okay.
So it's my crime scene, but the medical examiner is in charge of the victim. So they basically altered the clothing for me to photograph the injuries to the victim.
And we won't go through all of the photographs, but did you take photographs of the injuries as you saw them working in tandem with the investigator from the medical examiner's office, as well as the lead detective, Detective McClure?
Yes.
Okay. And did you photograph not only the gunshot wounds to the victim's back and butt area, but also to the back of his head?
Yes.
And to his arms?
Yes.
Now, the shell casings that we have been talking about in the photographs and the placards 1 and 2, once you're done processing, say marking and photographing, what do you do with those shell casings?
I then take them with me to our home location, our office, and I process them for fingerprints. So I would do super glue and I would use black powder to search for fingerprints. And then after that, I package them and then I send the shell casings and the fragment to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, so before you do all that, you collect them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then, you're okay. You said that you process them for latent prints?
Yes.
What are latent prints?
It's basically a fingerprint that can't be seen by the naked eye. So we use super glue to basically adhere the super glue to the fingerprint, if there is one. And that way we can use multiple processing techniques. I use black powder. It's a thin powder. And I use a brush and I basically develop a fingerprint if there's one there.
And in this instance, did you do that to shell casings in the fragment that you collected from the sidewalk and the kind of grassy dirt area, and then the fragment in front of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to, I guess, find any latent prints of value or any prints recovered?
No prints of value.
Can you tell the jury, is that uncommon not to find prints of value on shell casings and fragments, things that are fireproof firearms?
No, it's not uncommon.
So here's why.
Scientifically, basically when a gun is fired, it's a form of an explosion. Basically, the heat from the firearm dissolves the prints. Fingerprints are majority water.
So let me ask this question. If that's the case, since it's very hot, it sounds like, why do you even attempt to get latent prints from shell casings and ballistics evidence?
Well, you have to try, you have to form an attempt. Sometimes you may get a situation where someone may have touched it after the fact. So you always want to double check. And like I said, you just want to put forth an effort. Even science-wise, it says it really can't be done. You never know.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 181. And if you will take a look at it.
You said 181?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you will take a look, you can open the bag and look inside. Tell me if you recognize what's inside State Exhibit 181.
Do you want me to open the bullet bags too, or just?
If you need to identify what's inside.
I don't. I can.
So in opening states that 181, do you recognize the contents, three packages inside of states that 181?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jurors what are states exhibits? Are states at 181 and the contents of it?
So these are the 2 shell casings and the fragment that I recovered, markers 1 through 3, and I placed them in their individual bullet bags, and I sealed them up with my initials, and that's what's in the bags.
Okay, so those packages, what is states exhibit 181A? Is that the fragment or is that a shell casing?
This is a 9mm shell casing.
Okay, and what about 181B?
This is a 9mm shell casing.
And then the last one, process of elimination, what's 181C?
The fragment.
Okay. And are those the two shell casings in the fragment that you collected from the outdoor area right outside of building 1 on December 22nd, 2022?
Yes, it is.
This time around in the state of tender, what's been marked as states exhibit 181 and then the contents within 181 A, B, and C.
Got it. Any objection, Ms. Feely?
No.
181 and its 3 constituent parts are admitted.
Now, Parker, when you were processing the scene and looking inside of the vehicle and the process of I guess the medical examiner kind of manipulated some of the victim's clothing. At any point inside of that vehicle, did you locate a firearm?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And at some point, were you asked to go to apartment in building 1 and then so 1218, so apartment 1218?
Yes.
And were you asked to photograph a firearm that was on the kitchen counter?
Yes, I was.
That's what we see in states that at 58, which was previously admitted.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that was when you photographed it. Can you describe to the jury? It was inside the apartment.
It was inside the apartment at the time of my arrival. I was just advised to photograph it and leave it where it was.
And while on scene, I guess that are those the only 2 kind of areas that you were directed to and worked with Detective McClure at this location to process and photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the vehicle, can you describe to your jury when a vehicle is involved in a shooting like this one where the window was shot out and the victim was found inside, where does that vehicle go? Does it go somewhere?
We don't have any control of where they go. But they typically come to our building on Donald Lee Hollowell, which we consider the annex. We have vehicle cages, and that's where they generally drop the vehicles off for processing.
Okay. And in this instance, was the 2006 Ford Explorer, the blue Ford Explorer, was it towed to the APD annex for cage?
Yes.
And did you also respond to the cage the next day to photograph further and process the vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I want to show you what's been previously marked as states exhibit 76 through 88 and then 90 through 96. So just look through those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Can you say the range again, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 76 through 88 and then 90 through 96. States exhibit 89 was previously admitted.
Okay, thank you.
You recognize, those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize exhibits 76 through 88, 90 through 96?
I remember the day, and I also remember the series of photos and how I photographed it.
And those photographs fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took as part of your processing of the Ford Explorer on the next day, so December 23rd of 2022 at the APD Annex.
Yes.
This time out, the state of tender was being marked as states exhibit 76 through 88 and then 90 through 96.
Ms. Feely, any objection to those two ranges of photos?
No, Your Honor.
They're all admitted.
I'll show you the last one. I apologize. Print that one out, but you recognize states exhibit 97.
Yes.
Is it also part of the series of photographs of the processing of the vehicle at the APD Annex?
Yes.
Fairly accurately depicts the last part of the process.
Yes.
And I apologize, Your Honor, the state of the tender was remarked as states exhibit 97 into evidence as well.
Any objection to states 97?
No, Your Honor.
Also admitted.
Now, when you describe to the jury, do you take the same kind of steps that you've described in processing the vehicle the next day?
Yes, I always re-photograph the vehicle, even if it's the same vehicle, over again the next day, because I don't know as far as what would happen when it's transported from one location to the other.
In States Exhibit 76, this is how you found the vehicle at in the cage that you've described at the annex.
Yes, it is.
Grab those from you. Can you describe to the jury kind of your first steps or what you believe to be important in the initial steps that you took in processing this vehicle, the Explorer?
So once the vehicle is located at the annex, me and an investigator will basically search the vehicle to see if there was anything that was not collected on the scene. And then from there, like I said, I'll re-photograph the exterior of the vehicle, and then I photograph the interior of the vehicle because the victim was moved.
Okay, and based on your training and experience and your number of years with the Atlanta Police Department, specifically in the crime scene unit, can you explain to the jurors when the vehicle is towed from here, the Pete's apartment complex to the APD Annex cage area, is it done so on where an officer will accompany the vehicle as it's towed from point A to point B?
Yes, it is required for an officer to follow the vehicle from the crime scene to the annex because it is considered a piece of evidence. So they have to notate that the vehicle is there.
And can you tell the jurors, as you began to process the vehicle, as you described how you do processing of scenes, what, I guess, if anything, of evidentiary value did you locate inside the vehicle?
I found another fragment inside the vehicle.
Where did you find the fragment, if you can recall?
I believe it was the rear passenger, under the rear passenger seat.
States Exhibit 97. But there we go. And States Exhibit 97, is that the fragment that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Now, State Exhibit 87, is this, I guess, why do you take this photograph? I know we talked about earlier, you had photographed the scene as to the fact that the rear passenger window was broken. But why do you continue or take another series of photos as it relates to the damage to the car here?
So when I arrived to the initial crime scene, the door was open. So this time I arrived at the second location, the door is closed. So I'm just basically getting a different angle with the door closed, how it should be, and just signifying that there is damage to the rear passenger side window.
And in State Exhibit 91, the glass that you can see on the seat, the floorboard, and on the door, was that glass that was that you swept up and from the scene and put into the vehicle, or is that glass that fell into the vehicle as after it shattered?
No, that was glass that was in the vehicle originally after it shattered. I would never take something and put it in another place. I would never do that.
And while you were photographing and processing the vehicle, was Detective McClure there with you, working kind of in tandem or in conjunction as it relates to the processing of this car?
Yes, he was.
Let me ask you this question. As you process this vehicle and kind of searched it for items of evidence like you found with the projectile, at any point during the processing at the annex, did you find a firearm in that car?
No, we didn't.
Thank you, Crime Detective Parker. I don't believe I have any further questions for anybody.
Ms. Feely.
Your Honor, if I may get to defense exhibit stickers, I was not expecting to need them this afternoon.
Well, here we are. Let's pause the record.
My apologies, I'm ready to proceed.
You ready? Okay, we're back on the record now that you've got your stickers. When you're ready, Ms. Feely.
Do you have a title or can I call you Ms. Parker?
Yes, you can.
Okay, so Ms. Parker, you talked about you have 8 years of experience, right? And that includes, I guess, courses in photography, crime scene photography.
Yes.
And evidence collection.
Yes.
And evidence presentation.
Yes.
And you have experience documenting, like you were saying, from shoplifting all the way to murder scenes. Is that right?
Yes.
And you talked about the importance of blocking off the scene, right? Because you want to get that scene secure for you to have the best, I guess, opportunity to gather the most evidence, right?
Yes.
And in this case, that was done, right?
Yes.
Because you want to get it right the first time.
Yes.
Because you can't recreate a crime scene after the day of.
No.
And you did you review your materials in terms of your reports before today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you actually wrote 2 reports in this case.
Yes.
It's a murder case. It's a pretty big deal, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the first report was actually that December 22nd, that evening, right? And you know, through your 8 years of experience, that it's very important, and I think you've used the term documentation multiple times. It's very important to document everything you do, right?
Yes.
It's important that you are accurate with that.
Yes.
And that you're thorough.
Make sure you answer yes or no, or maybe, or whatever. The court reporter can't take down the mm-hms.
You are, okay, yes.
And on direct, you told the jury that you, on the night of December 22nd, did not remove a firearm from that vehicle. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would it refresh your recollection if I show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And so you did in fact take a firearm from the Ford Explorer, is that right?
No, the firearm that was documented from apartment 1218 is what is being referenced.
Is that your electronic signature there at the bottom?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the report that you made on the night of December 22nd?
Yes.
At this time, we need to admit Defense 1.
Okay. Any objection to admitting defense 1, making it part of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it's part of the record.
So it's your testimony that the only firearm that you were talking about in this particular sentence in the report that you wrote that night was the firearm at the apartment, is that right?
Yes.
The sentence that we're talking about is the 60 photographs that you just were admitting during direct, right?
Yes.
And in your report, you write 60 photos were taken of a Ford Explorer vehicle with reddish stains, a firearm, 2 9mm shell casings, and 1 fragment. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we talked about the 2 9mm casings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about the fragment.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry.
And so in between the reddish stains in the series of things you are listing, between reddish stains and 2 9mm shell casings is where you listed the firearm, right?
Yes.
And in your report, you write all items will be submitted to APD Crime Lab for ballistics. Is that right?
I said the 2 shell casings and the fragment from the ground will be submitted.
And then further down in your report, you wrote the firearm was not collected. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the firearm there was no photograph made of a firearm in this vehicle. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you also, you mentioned you wrote a second police report in this case.
Yes, I did.
And that was based on the second search of the vehicle in which you found the second fragment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that report, you do not mention a firearm in the Ford Explorer, right?
Correct.
Because that firearm was not collected.
There was no firearm in the vehicle.
Okay. I just need you to help me understand. This is one series of things that we're talking about that starts with 60 photographs were taken of a Ford Explorer vehicle, right?
Correct.
With reddish stains, right?
Yes.
A firearm, right? 2 9mm shell casings, right?
Yes.
And 1 fragment.
Yes.
But it's your testimony here today before this jury that you were listing all of those things out that you found in the Ford Explorer, but you meant the apartment in that other series of photos.
I was just listing the things that I photographed in general. I know I listed the shell casings and the fragment as well, but that didn't indicate that it was from the vehicle. The reddish stains was just saying that the Ford Explorer had reddish stains.
So you weren't talking about reddish stains in the apartment though, right?
No, not in the apartment.
And you weren't talking about 9mm casings in the apartment, right?
No.
And you weren't talking about a bullet fragment in the apartment, right?
No.
So only in the series of things that you were talking about, only the firearm you meant was in the apartment.
Yes. It is also listed with my photo descriptions or the rest of my report in my photos. You will see that I photographed the apartment, the number, and then comes the firearm, not the firearm in the vehicle.
So you're talking about a separate firearm?
No, the firearm that's mentioned is the firearm from the apartment.
You weren't wearing a body-worn camera, were you?
No, ma'am.
And were you ever made aware of, at some point in time, that there were in fact shell casings on the third floor balcony?
No, I was not aware.
So it's your testimony that you went to the second floor, right? To photograph the firearm?
12/18, yes.
But you did not go to the third floor, is that right?
That is correct. I did not.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Abate?
I do have a little bit. So, I want to show you. The second page of your report, so it's Defense Exhibit 1. Do you see, let me zoom in a little bit. Do you see where it says vehicle, property, and item summary?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says 2 9mm shell casings, 1 fragment, markers 1 through 3?
Yes.
And does that describe the photographs that we've previously seen when you were on direct and talking about your process, the markers that you use to mark the 2 shell casings in the fragment?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Ms. Feely asked you about the part in your report on page 1 where it's in your narrative, it says, responded to the scene 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. 60 photos were taken. Is that the total number of photos that you took as it relates to that area of, or that crime scene?
Yes, that is correct.
And then it lists that the things that you took photographs of. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
So you took photographs of the Ford Explorer that we talked about?
Yes.
And the stains within it?
Yes.
And there's a comma, right?
Yes.
And this is a firearm, right?
Yes.
And do you remember looking at State Exhibit 58, which was the photograph of a firearm, the one that was inside apartment 1218?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you located a firearm inside the Ford Explorer, the blue Ford Explorer, would you have taken photographs of it as you've described with the jury previously, an overall, a medium range, and a close range before marking it?
Yes, I would have.
And then if you found a firearm was inside of the vehicle, you would have then marked it with a placard, right?
Yes, correct.
Would you have done the exact same process where you take the same series of photos, overall, mid-range, and a close-up of the firearm?
Yes, that's correct.
Because the only firearm that we photographed and located on the scene, the one that we've already seen previously in State Exhibit 58, that was located inside of the apartment 1218.
Yes.
Nothing further to say.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
So whatever firearm we were talking about, we can all agree was not taken into evidence. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so nothing ballistics wise, like you were talking about with the casings in the fragment, could be done on that firearm, right?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing.
Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Parker? Ms. Feely, you didn't try to tender defense 2, correct? I just want to make sure I'm keeping track. Great. Thank you. You should feel free to use larger than 1-point font when you're writing your questions. All right, be at ease. I need to chat with the lawyers real briefly, and Ms. Parker, we're gonna have a few more questions for you, okay? Don't go anywhere. No one wants to know if it was raining anymore. All right. Do you know how long after the shooting occurred that you were out there taking pictures?
I do not recall the time frame.
Let's narrow it down a little, and that's okay, but would you have been there the same evening of the shooting?
Yes, the same evening. When crime scenes happen, we tend to get called probably 30 minutes to an hour or sooner after the situation occurs. It just depends on how quickly they get the crime scene secured. I don't have a firearm, so I have to wait on the officers to make it safe for me to process.
So if the shooting had happened around 9 on December 22nd, you wouldn't have been there at 9:05, but you also wouldn't have been there on the 23rd.
That is correct.
Okay, sometime later that evening.
Sometimes later, yeah.
All right. Are you able to, first, is it part of your role to determine at what range the victim was shot?
No, it's not my job to determine that. But from experience, the more and more you see, you can sometimes you can tell a difference.
Was there anything about this scene, based on your experience, that told you at what range the shooter was from the victim when the shooting happened?
No, I could not determine that.
Okay. Do you know what the caliber of the gun in 1218 was that you photographed?
No, I do not.
You photographed 2 shell casings. were you involved in collecting any other shell casings that may have been linked to this shooting?
Oh, I don't know. No, everything that I collected on scene was what I collected.
Okay, if it turns out there were other shell casings collected later from the scene, that wouldn't have been you.
No, it would not have been me.
Okay. From your experience as a crime scene technician, is it typical that all shell casings are recovered? And by that, I mean, you learn from the other officers there, hey, we were told 10 shots were fired. Why aren't you finding more? There's only one shell casing. Or there was one shot fired and you find 6 shell casings. How does that, tell the jurors how that works?
I don't turn away evidence. The officers tend to hear the 911 information before I do. So if I kind of go based off of what they tell me, if there were 10 shots fired, that's what the caller said. Then if I find 10 shell casings, that would be great. Sometimes we find more, but they will still be collected. We try not to turn away evidence or anything that could be evidence, even if it's not related. We don't know.
And in the other scenario where instead of finding 6, where someone says there was only one shot, you find 1, but there are 10 bullet holes in the side of the car, help the jurors understand why you'd find fewer shell casings than it appears to be the number. Like the victim had a number of holes in him.
Yes.
That doesn't seem to correspond to 2 shell casings.
How do I put it? We canvass, we search, we call K9 out to assist us. We do to the best of our ability, but that's why we do follow-ups. So it's not necessarily if I find 2 shell casings and someone heard 10 shots were fired, I can only go based off of what I'm told in the area that I'm given. I do search more, but like I said, that's why we're giving follow-ups because more information comes about. I'm not sure what the initial caller reported. Sometimes it's incorrect information, but at that point, I kind of rely on the other investigators and officers. If they find more, if they get search warrants for certain things, then at that point, I'll go back out. But I mean, we just really do the best that we can.
Was the rear passenger window of the Ford Explorer the only window that was damaged?
To my knowledge, yes. Yes, the window and the quarter window, the smaller window, those were the windows that I saw that were damaged.
Okay, on the rear passenger door?
Yes.
Were you involved in any way in searching any of the breezeways of the apartment complex near where the shooting occurred? 2nd floor, 3rd floor?
No, I was not a part of that search.
Would there be any reason why the search perimeter wouldn't have extended to include, can you put the picture, there's a picture of the Ford Explorer from the driver's side. That's not helpful because you've got 99 pictures, but it's a low number. It was
I
one.
think it was number 1, the first one.
Okay. Yeah, so it'd be 2 in our set.
Okay.
You're doing great. Okay, so it sounds like your search very understandably was focused on the area around the Ford Explorer, and you found 2 shell casings and 1 fragment around there on the ground around the Ford Explorer. If you see in the background there are 3 breezeways, ground floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. it doesn't sound like you were asked by anyone to look for any evidence in any of those breezeways. Any particular reason why, in your experience, the search wouldn't extend in that direction or any other direction?
So once again, I go based off of the information that I'm given. It's not necessarily that I wouldn't search the second and third floors, but if we were given information that someone ran on the first floor through the breezeway to the other side, that's where we're going to check until, like I said, more information comes about. We did search the rest of like the first floor area. But me personally, if I wasn't given insight on the second and third floor, as far as it being a possibility someone went up there for any reason, then we're just going to work with the first floor until we get more information, and then we'll go to the second and third floor.
Got it. And you weren't given any information that suggested the second floor breezeway or the third floor breezeway was an area of interest?
No, I was not.
All right, Mr. Abate, do you have follow-up for Ms. Parker based on these?
I do, very briefly. And Crime Assistant Parker, is it unusual for after this instance, when you finish your part of processing the scene, that the investigation continues?
Yes.
That's unusual or usual?
Oh, it's usual that it does continue, always.
And as the detectives, they receive additional information, are there additional requests made for yourself or other members of your team to process different areas of different scenes at a later time?
Yes, we do get requested to come out, even if it's a week later, we are requested.
And do you have a coworker who is crime scene tech Chavez?
I do.
Okay, and you were working with him back in December or on December 22nd, 2022 and ongoing?
Yes.
Okay, and in States Exhibit 2, as the judge kind of talked to you about the different areas that you processed, and then the different areas on the photograph, whether it be the first floor, second floor, third floor. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So when you talk about guns being fired and projectiles being ejected from the gun, the barrel, and a shell casing being ejected, when a shell casing is ejected from a firearm, and it hits the ground, does it roll and bounce to different areas as it lands?
It could, yes.
Okay. And if somebody is firing on the third floor balcony, literally firing over the balcony and shoots, is that how it's possible that's how a shell casing lands where you found the shell casing on the sidewalk area in front of building 1?
Now, I am not a firearms expert, so I cannot say for sure.
Okay.
But I will say I'm assuming it is possible that it could happen.
Okay. And but is it fair to say when the shell casing is ejected from the gun that its landing spot is not necessarily where it first hits the ground? It can roll on an incline, it can hit a wall or other things that helps to get to its final resting place.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you help refresh your recollection in looking at Detective McClure's report as it relates to his describing processing the scene in tandem, specifically as it relates to the firearm that was photographed in State Exhibit 58 as to its caliber.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And I want to just direct you to page 8 of his report, kind of in the middle of the report. And that helps refresh your recollection as it relates to the caliber of the firearm in State Exhibit 58.
Yes.
And did looking at a copy of the report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And what caliber firearm was the firearm that was photographed in State Exhibit 58?
A 22 caliber.
You said the shell casings that were found on the scene, and they were what caliber?
9 millimeters.
Not 22 caliber shell casings.
That is correct.
Lastly, I want to show you page 1 of Defense Exhibit 1, your report, real fast. The judge had asked you about some timing of your arrival. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall.
So in looking on page 1 of Defense Exhibit 1 of your, which is your report from 12/22/22, can you tell the jurors in looking where it says a narrative, what time you were requested to respond to the scene?
It says I was requested at 21:29 hours, which means 9:29 p.m.
And then underneath it, do you see where it says arrival date and time?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive?
2200 hours, which is 10 o'clock p.m.
Okay, so if the 911 call comes in around 9:06, 9:07, and officers respond within minutes, is it fair to say you respond within the hour in which the 911 call was placed in regards to the shooting?
Yes, that is correct.
That fairly quick in your experience for a response as it relates to crime scene techs responding to any scene, this scene specifically?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, do you have follow-up for Ms. Parker?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You can take all your stuff there and you leave the exhibits. Appreciate it. Mr. Abate, Mr. Rao, your next witness, shorter or longer? We're getting close to afternoon break time.
Medium.
Medium, of course, that's your answer. Tell me who it is and then I'll make the decision.
Crime scene tech, Shane Chavez.
Okay, we're gonna take a break. You've just went through a crime scene tech. I wanna let you refresh. We'll come back and hear from the other crime scene tech, and you may have a bunch of your unanswered questions answered through this witness. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Feel free to fan out down the hallway. No outside research. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
So before we break, I want to get on the record that with at least two witnesses, I think it's been only two witnesses, there were so few juror questions, and those questions were so clearly in the mainstream of acceptable questions. I did not pause to share those questions in advance with the state or the defense. I huddled up with the lawyers just now as we were reviewing all the many, many questions for Ms. Parker and explained that. And my understanding from both Ms. Feely and Mr. Abate was that they trusted my judgment that if it was one or two, just a handful of questions, and they weren't particularly controversial, as long as I was going to ask all of them, they were okay with that streamlining of the juror question process. I'm happy to, on every occasion, with every witness, even if it's just one question, meet with the lawyers first. I don't want to get too far out over my skis on this. I just thought it was more efficient this way. Mr. Abate, do you have any concerns about how we've been handling it so far?
Absolutely not, Your Honor. Your recitation is how I remember talking about it in the back, and I agree 100%.
Okay, Ms. Feely?
Yes, that's fine.
You're okay? All right. Mr. Abate, anything from the state before we break?
No.
Ms. Feely?
No.
All right, thank you all. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. mute the microphone, we'll leave the camera on. Jury. Spotlight. You done?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, you look like you were heading out. All right, let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. Mr. Abate, you're ready with your next witness who's going to be the other crime scene technician.
Yes, Your Honor.
This may be the first, assuming it's male crime scene technician I've had. Anything before we bring the jurors in? Ms. Feely, anything before the jurors come in? All right, before we go, Mr. Williams, you've been doing okay, been very quiet, which is great, but you've been getting breaks when you need breaks?
Yes.
Yes, okay, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, jurors. President of the County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated except for Mr. Rao. If you would come get the two exhibits. There's a pair of scissors up there. If you just sort of clear, I don't know who's, they may be DA scissors. Get those, that'd be great. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to press forward with the state's case. Their next witness is?
Crime scene tech, Chavez.
We swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Can you state the spell your name for the record?
Shane Chavez, SHANECHAVEZ.
Good afternoon, CST Chavez. Can you tell the jury where you're currently employed?
I work for the Atlanta Police Department for the crime scene unit.
And how long have you been with APD?
About 2 years.
And throughout that time, has that all been as a crime scene tech?
Yes.
Okay. And how many scenes would you say you've processed in your career so far with APD?
Oh, man, that's hard to put a number on. We average a couple a day, or myself, I average a couple a day usually. So a couple a day for a couple of years. So several hundred, I guess, at this point.
And those several hundred scenes that you've responded to, do they vary in terms of the types of offenses or incidents that you're responding to process?
Yes, yeah, we respond to any kind of crimes. Really.
Okay. So I'd like to turn your attention to January 1st, 2023. Did you respond to 2423 MLK Junior Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, at the request of Detective McClure?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason that you responded to that scene?
I was there to collect some additional evidence that was found.
And I'm going to approach you with what has been pre-marked for identification purposes. It states 62, 64, and 66 through 75. Have you had a chance to look at those photographs in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately depict the incident location that you responded to at the request of Detective McClure?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit states 62, 64, and 66 through 75 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to the admission of those photos?
No.
They are all admitted.
And so when you arrived on scene, did you meet up with Detective McClure?
Yes.
Okay. And did Detective McClure take you to a particular area within the incident location that you responded to for the purposes of collecting additional evidence?
Yeah.
So, hold on, please. So on State's Exhibit 2 that's being depicted on your screen, would this be the area that you responded to?
Yes, that's there. I have a quick question. I have something on my screen.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's with each witness, hit stay mute. Okay. And then that's the screen, and it may well be that you'll be asked to mark on it. It's got a little touch screen capability, but thank you for asking.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So with respect to the specific area that you went to with Detective McClure, do you see that area on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Would you mind circling the general area that Detective McClure took you to?
We went up.
So you have to see that little circle with a pencil in it in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh.
Tap that, tap that. Boom. Now your finger is a pen. And
Okay.
circle whatever you want to circle.
So we went up to this area of the, I suppose it's a hallway or a breezeway overlooking this parking lot.
And so in transitioning to States 65, did you climb up the steps to get up to the area where you needed to go to?
Yes, yeah, we went up those stairs that were in that photo.
And was Detective McClure present with you at the time, or did you go up there by yourself?
No, we had all walked up there together, yeah.
And so on States 65, where did Detective McClure take you with respect to what you can see on States 65 for the purposes of collecting evidence?
We came over to this. Oh, do I gotta do it again? Oh, here you go. Okay, sorry. We came over to this portion of the hallway floor where he showed me where the casings were that they had found.
Just for accuracy, would that be the other end of the hall
That would be
by the railing?
so. Yeah, sorry. So this would be the other.
When you say railing, are you referring to the white
which
railing or the
White.
black railing?
Yeah.
The white railing.
So yeah, we're essentially, he showed me to the portion of, I guess, between the white railing and the metal railing, that little landing there.
Okay. And the apartment number that's depicted on the middle left portion of the picture on State 65, do you know what apartment number that is?
1309 from this photo.
I know it's a little bit
Yeah, it's a
slanted,
little
but did you take a close-up photo as depicted on State 64?
Yeah, I took a photo showing which unit that was. Oh, 1319.
And so that would be apartment 1319, would that be correct?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. And so that would be the general apartment that is in the vicinity of the area where you went to look at the evidence you collected.
Yes, that was the closest unit to where we were at.
And so transitioning to state 61, is this a close-up shot or a mid-level shot of the general area where you collected the shell casings?
Yeah, it's just getting us closer to where we're going.
If you hit on the left-hand side, there's a circle with an arrowhead on it. That's undo, and that should make your artwork go away. There you go.
Okay.
And so in looking over the white railing that's depicted on that state's exhibit, did you take photographs of that area?
Yes, I have a photograph that looks outward.
What was the reason you took photographs of that particular area?
I was directed by the investigator that he said it was, he wanted to be able to see what was down there. He wanted it documented what was visible from up here.
And
up there.
I think state 60 is a little bit darker. Could you transition to state 63? So would that be the general area that you would see once looking over that white railing?
Yes.
Okay. And in looking at remembering states 62, is that meant to depict, or sorry, states 2, is that area meant, states 2, I apologize. I initially said state 62, I meant to say states 2. And so once we have states 2 pulled up, what we're looking at when looking over that white railing, would that be what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's the same area.
Okay. So in transitioning back to states 73. Did you collect shell casings when responding to this particular area?
Yes.
How many shell casings did you recover?
2.
And with respect to state 73, what is that a depiction of?
This is one of the 2 casings that we found.
And for the jury's edification, would you mind circling the specific area where you collected that shell casing, or where you see that specific shell casing?
Oh, it's right here in the center of that circle.
And in looking at states 66, when observing that shell casing, did you put an evidence placard on it?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of putting that placard on?
Well, I guess it serves multiple purposes, but one, to individualize the evidence, as well as to make it more visible from a distance as well.
Make it more visible.
From a distance.
And then transitioning to states 72. Is this where you observed the second shell casing?
Yes.
And then in going back to states 66, do you see placard number 2 in relation to placard number 1?
Yes.
Okay. And would you mind circling both placards just in the event that jurors may not be able to see it on states?
Do you want 2 circles or do you want 1 large?
On each placard.
Okay.
And would those be the 2 shell casings that you recovered off at the scene?
Yeah, that's the 2.
And did you end up collecting those shell casings from that particular area?
Yes, I collected them.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes, states 1, 8, and 2. Do you recognize the handwriting on states 182?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
This is mine.
And what is states 182?
This is the bag of what should be the 2 casings.
Okay. And did you collect those 2 shell casings and put them in that bag?
Yes.
And when you did that, did you put your signature anywhere indicating that those were the shell casings recovered from that particular scene at that particular time?
Yes, this is my signature here on that one right there.
And do you have the date of when you collected the shell casings as well as the address associated with those shell casings?
Yes, the date has on here has the January 4th, or that could have been when I made it.
Does it have the address?
Yes, it has 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
Okay. And are those, would you mind opening them up?
Sure. Does it matter where I open it from?
Yeah, I have, thought I had left, no.
How should I open this? Just cut cut the top
at
off.
the very top.
Okay. Do I remove the contents or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Gloves right there, if you wouldn't mind. So I'm going to ask you to cut them open and present the shell casings.
And just cut these open as well.
Yes, please.
This is number 1.
And that would that be associated with placard number 1?
Yes. Do you need me to describe or?
Actually, Judge, if with the court's permission, may CSD Chavez stand up and present that shell casing to the jurors?
Sure, present as in hold it up, or he's gonna pass it around?
Hold it up.
Hold it up, sure.
Okay. This is the.
And actually, if you wouldn't mind, just.
Yeah, you got jurors way down at the end, so this is sort of like show and tell. Just don't hand it to them.
And the shell casing that you just presented to the jurors, and as what's being depicted on that screen on State's Exhibit 70, would that be the same shell casing based on your visual observations?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to do the same thing with the shell casing under placard number 2. And so the shell casing that you're presenting right now to the jurors, would that be what's depicted in State's Exhibit 62 on that screen?
Yes.
And so those 2 shell casings that you recovered, what caliber were they?
They're 9mm.
And so once collecting those shell casings, did you process them for latent prints?
Yes.
And would that have been done at the crime scene, or would you have taken it back to
To our office.
To your office, yeah.
Yeah, we typically would process at our office. That's where I would have processed it for the latent prints at our office.
And did you find any with respect to the two shell casings you recovered from that scene?
No.
And as a crime scene tech, would it be your duty to test the two shell casings that you recovered at the crime scene, as well as the shell casings recovered by CST Parker to determine whether or not they were fired from the same firearm?
No, that's not something our crime scene unit does.
Okay. And so because it's not your job function to perform that level of analysis, do members of the APD Crime Lab or the Georgia Bureau of Investigations or any other entity that specializes in firearms forensics, would that be their duty to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sheely, do you have questions for crime scene tech Chavez?
Officer Chavez, I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. So the date listed on the package you just opened for us is January 4th of 2023?
Yeah, it is for the 4th.
And you included the address there on MLK, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's very important in your line of work to document everything,
Yes.
right? Which you did here, right?
Yes.
And you also wrote a report in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that report, you further specify that you collected those two 9mm shell casings from the hallway near the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you had found them in a car, you would have said, I found them in a Ford Explorer, right?
Right, or I would probably have said where in the car to specify even that. Yeah.
And if you found it in an apartment, you would probably say in apartment X.
Yes, ma'am.
And where in the apartment you found it.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Right. Any follow-up, Mr. Rao?
No, Judge.
Any questions from the jurors? Seeing no, yes, okay, take your time. Mr. Chavez, could you tell the jurors again what date you were called out to the scene that you photographed?
Is it possible for me to look at my report?
Would that help you remember the date that you were called out?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Can Mr. Rao, if you could get a copy to you've got a copy, Ms. Feely? Okay. So don't read directly from it, but read that to refresh your recollection. And if it does help you remember, then let the jurors know the date you were called out to that scene.
Okay. So
does looking at the report refresh your recollection? If it doesn't, it may be one of the lawyers is going to ask you more. If your answer is you don't remember, that's okay. This was a couple years ago.
yeah, I don't specifically remember. I went from really was from the report, but no, it kind of doesn't.
Why don't you wait till you'll be up and you can focus him. Right now, Mr. Chavez, you're saying you're not quite sure what day. I don't mean Monday versus Thursday, but
Right.
January 1 or December 28. You don't have a recollection, or your recollection is not being refreshed by anything in front of you.
Yeah, I really don't have a specific memory, and I really couldn't. It's on the report, but that doesn't really clarify for me. Which
Okay. Well, would you record on your report the day that you went out there to take the photographs?
Yeah, on the report, it does say that,
I'm not asking you to tell me what's in the report. I don't write your reports, you do. Would your report say on May 15th, I went with Detective McClure to 2324 MLK?
yeah. Yes, it does say that on the report.
Okay, but whatever that language is not refreshing your recollection.
No.
Okay, let me ask you a different question. In your experience, if there is a normal, for shell casings to stay put where they would be for up to a week, as opposed to the wind blowing them away or something else moving them around?
They do typically stay put unless physically moved.
Okay. Mr. Rao, do you have any follow-up for Mr. Chavez?
Briefly, Judge. So with respect to the date that is listed on the packet containing the shell casings, is it consistent with your practice to identify the date on that packet as the date that you actually collected the shell casings?
When you say the packet,
I mean
the little yellow envelopes.
Yeah, this.
yellow
Yes,
envelope.
this is the yellow envelope and the brown bag is typically where the date that I collected it would be on.
Just, I guess,
Yes.
you explain the process in which once you collect the shell casings, you put them in those little envelopes and then seal it.
Yeah, so on scene, I would have dropped the casing into this envelope and then sealed it. And then eventually they would go into this to be sealed as well.
So you would seal it, so in this particular case, you sealed both shell casings into those mini envelopes. And then in the big envelope, did you do that at the office or did you do that at the scene?
Because they would need to be processed for latent prints. This would have gotten sealed at the office once they had been processed for latent prints.
Understood. So you would have only signed off on that big envelope once you have done the
All the necessary.
prints?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Feely, any questions for Mr. Chavez?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir, for your time. You should leave all that stuff there. You can keep the gloves, our gift to you.
All right.
All right. Next witness for the state.
State call, Mr. Nick Lester.
We swear affirm that testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
The chair doesn't have wheels, so you don't roll off. That's the good thing. So you just need to scooch it forward some.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay.
Can you state your name for the record?
Inger, I-N-G-E-R, McLester, M-C-L-E-S-T-E-R.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. McLester. Can you tell the jurors how you are employed?
I work for Columbia Commons as the assistant manager.
And how long have you been working with Columbia Commons as an assistant manager?
This month, the end of this month will be 6 years.
And can you tell the jurors where is Columbia Commons located?
2524 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, and that's going to be Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. And since you've worked there for the last 6 years, are you pretty familiar with that area? Okay.
I am.
And is the Columbia Commons apartment complex that you work at is that close in proximity or distance to the apartment complex called the Peaks at MLK, which is 2423 MLK Junior Drive in Atlanta.
It is.
And do both your complex, where you work at, and the complex, the Peaks, do they kind of both kind of sit between the intersection of MLK Junior Drive and HE Holmes Drive?
It does.
Okay. Now, you said you worked there for the last 6 years?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about kind of what your job responsibilities and duties entails as an assistant manager with the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
So I kind of assist the property manager. I do leasing, I post rent, work orders, handle complaints.
Do you pretty often work with the residents of the complex?
I do.
And I guess kind of, can we describe to the jury, how big is the apartment complex?
It's 158 units.
Okay, and bet you that keeps you busy.
It does.
Now, and as you, I guess, interact with the residents, you become fairly familiar with a number of residents who live within the community.
Correct.
Okay, now. Now I want to show you what's marked on my computer, and I'm sorry, I'll print it out for you. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 185?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 185? Glasses for the closer look. So do you recognize the picture? Which is
I do. I recognize it.
And what is?
That's Watchtower.
Okay. And is that, does it accurately reflect the number of buildings or units that you just described that are within the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender with Marquez states that 185 in evidence.
Any objection to 185?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Now, let's see if I can manage to get it on the screen. Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 185, Ms. McLester, can you, and that screen in front of you is a touch screen, kind of point to the jurors where the entrance would be for the Columbia Commons apartment complex that would lead to all the units. Where's the leasing office?
It's gonna be over. Normally, like when I view the camera, it's gonna be in this area right here. Like the 1 and 2 would be the leasing office area.
Okay, so if we're looking at State's Exhibit 185, it's to the far right of the exhibit, kind of near the overhead of kind of the roof that's got the white top to it.
Correct.
Okay, and you see the green, I guess one triangle. Do you see the road that leads out to? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Now, what road is that?
That would be Martin Luther King.
Okay. And that would that lead you to the greater intersection that talks about the
Correct. Yes.
Martin Luther King?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your job duties and responsibilities, do you also kind of manage and maintain the leasing information and the occupants on the leasing documents as relates to each unit within the complex.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to show you State's Exhibit 183. And do you recognize State's Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And as the manager, assistant manager of the complex, are you one of the individuals who maintains those records as a normal or ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, is State's Exhibit 183 a fair and accurate depiction of a leasing document related to your complex, the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to unit 4104.
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State's Exhibit 183 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to State's 183?
No.
Admitted.
Thank you. And before we get into publishing that, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 184. And can you describe to the jury, when we talk about the contents of 184, do you have accesses? Well, first, does your complex have video surveillance cameras that are on the property?
Yes.
And do you know about how many cameras kind of are placed throughout the complex that we see in State's Exhibit 185?
It's 22 cameras.
Okay. And are those cameras kind of placed all over so you can get a full view of the complex?
Yes.
And were you requested or contacted by members of the Atlanta Police Department, specifically Detective McClure, in providing video footage from specific cameras from December 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 184, the jump drive, did you have an opportunity to review that jump drive today with me as to the contents of it?
Yes.
And did the contents fairly and accurately depict surveillance footage from December 22nd, 2022 from your complex, the Columbia Commons complex?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender was from March State's Exhibit 184 into evidence.
Any objection to 184?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Now, in Detective McClure's request, were you able to actually provide him footage as it relates to December 22nd?
Yes.
And did he review any of the footage with you from after he received it?
Yes.
And in that footage, did he show you someone who was dressed in all black and walking into apartment 4104?
Yes.
Okay. And in the leasing information, after he saw that footage, is that when he requested the leasing information as it relates to 4104?
Yes.
Okay, and in front of you, State's Exhibit 183. Can you tell the jury what are we looking at on the screen?
That's our affordable housing application.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the application or the names that are listed on the application, are those the actual residents of apartment 4104?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, or can you read to the jurors from states the 183 of the residents that you see that reside in 4104 from the application?
I see Paula Lewis. I see Darius Williams, Marquez Williams, Isaiah Williams, and Jeremiah. I guess that's Nelms.
Okay. And as you, what is that? What is the date on that application? Is it contained on there? Do you see it?
No, I don't.
Okay. And based on your familiarity with the residents of the complex, did Paula Lewis, Sedarius Williams, Marquez Williams, Isaiah Williams, and Jeremiah Nelms reside at or in apartment 4104 in the complex that you manage, which is Columbia Commons?
Yes.
Okay. And had they lived there for significant or decent amount of time?
Yes.
Have you interacted with several members of the family?
Yes.
And have you interacted or seen throughout the time that you continue to manage that complex, Marquez Williams?
Yes.
And do you see the person you know as Marquez Williams in the courtroom here today? And you can stand up and look around. If you do identify a point in the area in which, identify by an article of clothing in the area in which you see him or who he's sitting next to.
I see him sitting next to two ladies to my right.
And can you identify him by an article of clothing? What does he have on?
He has on a black, let me stand up. He has on a black jacket with a light lime color top with a tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the witness, Ms. McLester, has identified the defendant, Marquez Williams.
She has. Thank you.
And Ms. McLester, after providing the surveillance footage we've spoken about in Exhibit 184, and then the leasing information for 4104 and 183, that kind of complete your interaction with Detective McClure and members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to be here today?
No.
We're glad you came.
I don't have any additional questions. Can you redirect?
Ms. Feely, questions for Ms. McLester?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Jurors, questions for Ms. McLester? Yes? Thank you. Can you share with the jury the date of birth on, is it 183, the piece of paper in front of you? What number is in the lower right-hand corner?
183.
Okay, on states 183, what is the date of birth listed for Marquez Williams?
It's going to be 2/19/02.
Are you in a position from your job at Columbia Commons to say of those five names listed there who actively resided in the unit? In other words, you'd see them around fairly regularly.
Yes.
All five? Yes. Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any follow-up for Ms. McClester?
In reviewing the video surveillance with Detective McClure, so you've stated you were familiar with Marquez Williams, right?
Yes,
Did the stature of the person who was walking in all black, was it consistent with how you knew Marquez Williams to look?
no.
Okay, tell me why.
To me, it looks like the clothing from the video was much bigger, like it was maybe a disguise.
Okay, because his face was covered and he had a hood on.
Correct.
Were you able to see his face when you were looking at the video?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, and like you said, that was because of the disguise.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
No.
All right, Ms. McClester, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. You can leave those things right there.
Okay.
Next witness?
Mr. Sengupta.
That's it. Time to face me and raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You know now, Chief. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Anurag Sengupta, Anuraag Sengupta.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you tell the jurors how you are employed?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Where do you work?
I work at MLK Food Mart.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since 2017.
Okay. And can you describe or tell the jurors, well, what's the address of the MLK Food Mart?
2460 MLK Junior Drive, Southwest Atlanta.
Okay. And is that close? How long have you worked there?
Since 2017.
2017, so math doesn't break sense. So we're at, what, 7 years, about approximately?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess in the food mart, what do you do or where within the convenience store do you work?
Sorry?
What do you do inside the convenience store for the convenience store?
I'm part manager. I work behind the cash register.
Okay. And what are the hours of business for the food mart?
It's 7 a.m. in the morning till 1 or 12:30 at night.
Okay. And back in the year 2022, but specifically December of 2022, was it operating the same hours that you just described for jurors?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, so I know you said you are part manager of the business. When you are working there, typically, where are you working within the convenience store?
Behind the register.
Okay. And when you work, is it just you, or do you work in tandem with other members of your staff?
While I work, mostly I work by myself.
Mostly you work by yourself, is that what you said?
Yes.
And tell the jurors a little bit about the time you've worked there for the last approximately 7 years. Do you get to know the patrons or the people who come to your convenience store and purchase items?
Yes, people who come often, every day for a long time.
Okay.
Get to know them.
And what? I'm sorry.
To get to know them.
You get to know them.
Yeah, in town.
You have quite a number of customers who come in fairly regularly to purchase items from your store.
Yes, correct.
Tell me a little bit about what kind of things does the MLK Food Mart sell?
We sell groceries, every kind of grocery, and regular like tobaccos and cigarettes.
Okay. Now, back in December of 2022, were you contacted by members of the Atlanta Police Department kind of late in the month of December in regards to obtaining video surveillance footage from your establishment?
Yes, correct. They came to the store.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors where are your cameras located? Are they located outside and inside the store?
Yes, outside and inside, we have a total of 22 cameras.
22 seems to be the magic number. So when they requested that footage, were you able to provide them footage from the various video surveillance cameras mounted inside and outside of Food Mart?
Yes, correct. They got it from the DVR.
That seems like a phenomenally large number of how big is the store?
Pretty like this courtroom.
You have 22 cameras.
Yes.
Are they mostly inside or a bunch are outside?
About 5 outside.
5 outside, 17 on the inside. Okay.
And while we're talking about the camera footage, the 5 outside, do they cover the front door and as well as the surrounding kind of alleyways and streets in front of and behind?
Yes, not behind, but the side of the store, the front, the right and left side.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been remarked as State's Exhibit 186. You look at and look at that. And do you recognize the disc, State's Exhibit 186? You're looking at it.
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's written. Oh.
You see your signature? Do you recognize your signature?
Yes, correct.
And have you and I had an opportunity to meet previously in regards to how your video surveillance footage cameras work and the areas that they capture?
Yes, correct.
And on that day, did we review the contents of State's Exhibit 186?
Yes, correct.
After reviewing it, is that when you signed the disc?
Yes.
Okay. And what we reviewed, which is contained on the disc 186, does it fairly and accurately depict the video surveillance footage that you provided to Detective McClure with the Atlanta Police Department on December 22nd, 2022?
Yes, correct, from that day.
Okay. This time around, the state attender would remark the State's Exhibit 186 in evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to State's 186?
Yeah.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And then I want to show you State's Exhibits 142 through 150. All right, so I need you to take a quick second and review the photographs that are contained in 142 through 150.
Yes.
Okay, and do you recognize, let's first start with the photographs depicted in State's Exhibit 142 through 149 as still shots or images of your store from December 22nd,
Yes.
2022.
Yes, correct.
Okay, And then the last photograph, do you recognize State Exhibit 150 as a photograph that was shown to you by Detective McClure on December 31st of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and do all of the photographs fairly and accurately depict, specifically 142 through 149, the inside of your store, the MLK Food Mart, and then States 150, does it fairly and accurately depict the photo that Detective McClure showed you on December 31st, 2022?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender with remarks States Exhibits 142 through 150.
Any objection to those photos, Ms. Feely?
No.
They're admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, let me get them back here real fast. Now, in States Exhibit 142, which should appear in a second on the screen in front of you and behind you. Now, can you describe for the jurors where, I guess, in relation to the Food Mart are we looking at? Is this the front side of the outside?
Yeah, front side door.
Okay, and on when Detective McClure contacted you about video surveillance footage, and after you provided it to him, did he review the footage and actually show you screenshots like the one that we see in States Exhibit 142 at 8:38, and I think it's 50 seconds p.m. On the 22nd of December? Did he review those with you?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the individual who is right at the door, opening the door, dressed in all black?
Yes.
Okay, now I just want you to remember that photograph and the person opening the door. And I want to go to States 143. And States Exhibit 143, is this, where in the store is this in relation to the front door?
It's to the right end. Front door to the right end.
Okay, so you see the person dressed in all black, kind of on the left-hand side of States Exhibit 143, kind of getting close to where the cash register is?
Yes.
So behind him, is that where the front door
Yes.
would be where he entered?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective McClure review other still footages here, kind of a zoomed in version of States Exhibit 143 here depicted in States 144.
Yes, we reviewed the video.
Okay, and these screenshots, they fairly and accurately depict parts of the video that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did he review multiple angles, kind of the different video surveillance cameras angles that you've described for the jurors? It sounds like there's 17 from within inside.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and in States Exhibit 145, is this photograph depict the same individual who came into the store we were looking at in
Yes.
States Exhibit 142, opening the door?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and I'll cut to the chase, but during the interview or when Detective McClure was speaking with you, did he ask you if you remembered or knew who this person was, or if you were familiar with him?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and were you?
Sorry?
Were you familiar with the person who was depicted in the all black in State Exhibit 146?
He used to come to the store regularly.
Okay, how regularly would he come?
Okay, once every couple of days.
Okay. And in speaking with Detective McClure, did you remember him coming in on December 22nd of 2022 that evening and purchasing water that night?
Yes, after the detective showed me the person, the video.
Okay, the video you provided?
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell the jurors, when he asked you if you recognize the person, sounds like you said, yes, you could, right?
Yes.
But can you tell the jurors, you said you would see this person every couple of days, so fairly frequent. How did you know him? Did you know him by name or just by face?
By face.
Okay, and then, I guess, did you know him by face just on the frequent interactions that you would have, like the one depicted in 146, like coming into the store and buying items?
Yes, correct.
And prior to Detective McClure contacting you, this transaction, was it at all memorable, or did it stick out in your mind until the detective asked you about the footage?
Not really.
Now, after providing the footage to Detective McClure and then him kind of going over the footage with you and asking if you recognize the individual in black in State Exhibit 146, did he show you State Exhibit 150 on the screen for you?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors when he showed you that photograph, who did you recognize that person to be?
This person to be the same person that was in the store before, in the other picture.
Same person depicted in the close-up version of State Exhibit 146 here in 148?
Yes, correct.
Same person that we've been speaking about in all of the last number of exhibits in 142 through 149, the individual dressed in all black?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, after Detective McClure came to you and spoke to you and showed you State Exhibit 150 on New Year's Eve of 2022, did you have any further contact with Detective McClure?
Not after that.
Okay, and I want to show you, maybe refresh your recollection, State's Exhibit 180. And in talking with Detective McClure, did he provide you his card and information that had his telephone number on it, so you could have any future or additional contact with him?
Yes, correct.
Okay, do you remember sending him a text message that contained a picture of the same person you identified in State Exhibit 150 who had been in the store in the all black the evening of December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, correct. I don't remember the time frame, but it was very close to after December 31st, I believe.
Okay, so it was pretty close in time from when you spoke to him on New Year's Eve?
Yes, I believe so. I don't remember it well, the time frame.
Okay, and does the photograph in State Exhibit 180 fairly and accurately depict the screenshot of the photo that you sent a text to Detective McClure?
Yes, correct.
This time around, the state contender was from Mart, State Exhibit 180.
Ms. Feely, any objection to State's 180?
Yeah.
Now, in State's Exhibit 180, can you tell the jurors why you sent this photo to Detective McClure?
Because I believe the detective asked me to send him further any information if I know anything about this person.
Okay, and the person that's depicted in Stage 180, who is that, or why did you send him that photo?
This is the person that was in the previous footage.
Is that the same person that you recognized in all black on December 22nd of 2022 in the evening?
Yes, after he showed me the actual picture, 150.
Okay, so the same, is this the same person, of the person you recognized and identified in State's Exhibit 150?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And this picture, is this footage of that person that you recognize in your store after December 31st of 2022 when you met with the detective?
Yes, after I met with detective 31st December.
Okay. And the detective you met with, can you describe what he looked like? Is he a black male, white male?
Detective McClure?
Yes.
He white male with a pony in his back. That I remember.
Got a ponytail, or he's got a pony?
Yeah, ponytail.
Okay. Now, can you, the person that you know and recognize from the photograph in front of you and the photos we've been talking about the last 15 minutes, do you see that person here in the courtroom today? Do you stand up and look around the entire courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, and if you would point in the area where you see him and identify him by an article of clothing that he is wearing.
Where?
Okay, is he sitting next to a man or a woman?
Woman.
Okay, and, can you describe one article of clothing that he's wearing?
Black suit.
Okay, this time around, this witness, Mr. Sangupta, has identified the defendant, Marquez Williams.
He has.
Mr. Sangupta, when you were contacted by the district attorney's office, can you tell the jurors, did you want to come here today?
Yes, after we had a meeting.
Okay. And were you nervous about coming here today and testifying?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me why?
Objection relevance.
I'll withdraw the motion. Last, I'm sorry, just a couple more questions. In the time you had interacted with the defendant and the person you see in 180, had you also interacted with other members of his family, his mom and his brothers?
Yes.
Okay, and do you remember telling the detective, based on your frequent interactions, actually knowing the apartment complex or the name of the complex where they lived?
I think I remember telling them which apartment they lived, but I didn't know what was the name of the apartment. They lived down MLK, which was to the left of the store.
Okay, do you remember telling the detective that you knew that they lived in the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
No, I wasn't aware of the name of Columbia apartment because there was a couple of apartments there. Detective McClure told me about the name of the apartment.
Okay, and did you describe for him where the apartment was located in relations to your store, the MLK Food Mart?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions at this time. Can we direct?
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Mr. Sengupta?
Thank you.
You are up.
So the detective met with you on December 31st, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you testified on direct that you didn't have an independent memory of the interaction with the person in all black until the detective showed you the video, right?
Yes, correct.
And there are various apartments surrounding this section of MLK, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of foot traffic as well, right? And at the time, during the same conversation that the detective showed you these stills or this video, he also showed you what's been marked for this trial, State's Exhibit 150, right?
Yes,
That's the full page image that we know to be Marquez Williams, right? Okay, so once you knew the person's face that you were looking for, it was at that point that you sent the subsequent image to the detective, right?
yes, correct.
Similarly, you viewed States 150 right before you were asked to look and see if you could identify Marquez Williams here today, right?
Yes, correct.
Now I want to talk about the timestamps. Some of these have timestamps and some of them do not. You don't have any role in creating this video, right?
No.
So you wouldn't be the one to put timestamps on this video. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Any follow-up, Mr. Abate?
Very briefly, Detective McClure, in speaking with you, he never told you who to identify. Is that correct?
No.
And did you make the identification based on your own interactions, your frequent interactions with the defendant, Marquez Williams?
Yes.
Did I tell you who to identify?
No.
Did I even tell you I was going to ask you to identify the defendant in the courtroom here today prior to your testimony?
No.
Today, the first time that you were asked in front of the members of this jury?
Yes, correct.
Nothing further.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Juror questions for Mr. Sengupta? Thank you. Mr. Sengupta, the night of the surveillance footage that we have, was the person in all black wearing anything that covered some or all of his face? Yes? If you speak a little louder, what part of his face was covered?
His face was covered till his nose here.
So up to here, but you could see his eyes and that area.
Yes, correct.
And were you able to recognize him as someone you had seen frequently in the store from the apartment complex you mentioned, simply by the amount of the face you were able to see that night?
Yes, correct.
Tell the jurors the sequence of events when you were talking with Detective McClure and he ultimately showed you what we're calling States 150, that picture of Mr. Williams. Had you already told him, I know who this person is, I don't have a name, but I recognize him, the person who was in all black, that's someone with whom you were familiar? Or did he start out with a photo and say, let's talk about this guy?
Yes, correct. I did not know his name, but after the detective showed me 150, that's when I knew that. I told him that it's him.
Okay. Had you already told Detective McClure that you were familiar with the person who was in all black from the video?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any follow-up?
Okay, very brief follow-up on what the judge just talked to you about. So your initial conversations with Detective McClure, is that when he and you reviewed the video surveillance footage of the person coming in and out of your store in all black? Is that the first part of your conversation?
Yes, correct. He said he wanted to see the surveillance and then he rewinded back to the date and time he was looking for. And that's when he pulled out that part of the footage.
Okay. And when he showed you that part of the footage, and y'all reviewed the number of video surveillance camera angles, footage from each, is that when you told him that you knew or recognized the person in all black?
Yes, correct.
And is that when you then described for him how you knew him, that he lived in the neighboring apartment complex, that you had interacted with him, his brothers, and his mother?
Yes, correct.
And is it after all of that conversation that you describing how you were familiar and how you knew who that person was, that he showed you State Exhibit 150,
yes. Yeah, that was later date.
Later date.
Yes, that was December 31st. That was later date.
Prior to December 31st is when you reviewed the footage with them.
Yes, correct.
And do you remember talking, when we talked previously, you talked about the fact, do you remember talking to me about the transaction itself and a credit card was used?
Yes, correct.
And do you remember telling me that the Marquez Williams' name was on the credit card that was used?
The transaction receipt, I gave it to Detective McClure. He requested it.
Okay. And that was the name on the transaction from the credit card, correct?
I don't remember that well.
Okay, it's fair enough. I don't have anything, brother.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
No.
All right, Mr. Sengupta, thank you for your time. Free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Next witness would be Detective McClure. This may be a great stopping point as it relates today, so we can pick up with Detective McClure tomorrow. We're still very much on schedule to finishing by tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm just looking at the witness list and what you mentioned. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end a little early, but it is election day, so that's appropriate for those of you who haven't voted yet, who wish to. You should have ample time, even if you live way up in Milton or way down in Fairburn. This is your first night after having been official jurors. Please do your best tonight to not discuss this, what you've been listening to and your experience so far with friends and family members. It might be natural that they want to know how it went, and give them one-word answers like great, okay, super, and tell them you can tell them more later. But it's the inadvertent sharing of information that can be even more problematic. I suspect you guys aren't going to go Google anything tonight, because we are 24 cards into you asking questions when you've got questions, which is great. But please don't do any outside research, and do your best to avoid other people doing that outside research for you and sharing it with you. Tomorrow, we start at 1 o'clock. And it sounds like we'll get through the rest of the state's case. It may be that we reach a natural break point for you to go on home. We may stay beyond 5 to work through the legal steps that occur when the state rests, but I don't have a good feel for when exactly the state will rest. So as I mentioned to you all before, I'm going to invite you to be able to stay till 6 tomorrow. Did you all talk about that? And is there anyone for whom that doesn't work, even though we start at 1? Doesn't work for you because?
Son is graduating tomorrow at Newton High School.
Oh, when is that?
It's about 6:30, but the traffic to get there and the traffic to get into the apartment.
Nope, I remember you mentioning graduation, but you didn't say that was going to interfere. So it's in the evening, and we're going to not go past 5 tomorrow. And I'm all right with that, even though that means we're basically having a 4-hour day. So we'll have one break in those 4 hours. We are very much on schedule, if not a little bit ahead. Everyone's been very efficient. You all have been timely and attentive. So We're going to start at 1. We cannot start if any one of you is not here. If you're stuck somewhere, do you have our number, the main number? Call that because someone will answer the phone and you'll say, it's juror 19, code red, and we'll figure out how to help you out. But we'll also know not to panic because you'll tell us, I'm 10 minutes out, whatever your situation is. But do endeavor to be here by 1. And we will pick up, it sounds like with Detective McClure, the state's not bound by that representation, but they will have witnesses ready for us to hear from starting at 1 o'clock. Any logistical questions? No? You've got one. Right. The shuttle in the middle of the day doesn't run as regularly as it does early in the morning. So if you come in hot to the orange parking lot, whatever the color is, thinking, whoo, I'll make it, it probably is at 1, but if you catch the 1 o'clock shuttle, you're going to be late. And there's not a 12:45 shuttle, there'd be a 12:30 shuttle. I'm guessing, is it like top and bottom of the hour? Yeah, so you'd want to catch that 12:30 shuttle if you're parking in those free lots. If you're taking MARTA or someone's dropping you off or you're walking or however you get here, just be here by 1. But if you're relying on that shuttle midday, I think it's every half hour. Okay, thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow, 1 o'clock.
All right,
Mr. Abate or Mr. Rao, anything from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor, and I am getting Ms. Feely the report from the GBI at this moment in time.
Okay, don't leave before you send it to her. I will work on the Jackson Deno order. I will email you the order. It may not have been e-filed, but it will get e-filed, but I'll get that to everyone. Ms. Feely, anything on behalf of Mr. Williams before we break?
The only thing I think we can do between the parties, but the redacted version of the statement. I just-
Right. Right. So I'll listen to how long is it?
So, Your Honor, we can skip forward to 2 hours, and I think it's 46 minutes into the interview. That's about approximately when Detective McClure enters the room, and he has a conversation with the defendant, Mr. Williams.
What's going on for the first 2 hours and 4? He's just waiting on the detective?
He is. Detective McClure was coming from his home.
Okay.
He was arrested in January 11th. He makes some spontaneous utterances while he's sitting in the room by himself, but there's no interactions with the police other than.
Okay, the actual interaction is, we'll call it 2.5 hours in.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
You have a specific, it is 2 hours and 36 minutes and 10 seconds. Up to $2 hours and, or excuse me, 3 hours and 29 minutes and 18 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I will look at that. And there's some parts of it that you all agree ought not to be shared with the jury.
We will. I'll speak with Ms. Feely specifically about the parts that I believe should be redacted based on involving bad character of the victim and it being not relevant.
Of Mr. Hardesty?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
Thank you, Judge.
You bet.
And this is the first time ever my approximation has been right.
You're on a tear.
Man, I've had zero technology.